Chapter 641. The heavenly axiom had descended. Rumble. A vast will surged out of the void. In the blink of an eye, it swept through all the heavenly palace. It was also at this moment. Everything about the heavenly palace, even the plans of Feng Zichen and the others, were all sensed by the heavenly axiom. However, the heavenly axiom did not care at all. It only knew that with the establishment of the 365 heavenly palace, the wilderness would become more and more stable. That was enough. As for Feng Zichen and the others, did they have any selfish motives? Was that important? In the eyes of the heavenly axiom, the stability of the wilderness was greater than anything else. Compared to that, everything else was just minor details that were not worth paying attention to at all. Therefore, as long as it was confirmed that the establishment of the heavenly palace would bring benefits to the wilderness, the heavenly axiom did not care at all whether Feng Zichen and the others could gain personal benefits from this matter. Just now, the heavenly axiom scanned the heavenly palace to determine whether its existence was good or bad for the wilderness, and the result was obvious. Establishing the heavenly cycle divine palace would bring no harm to the great desolate world. Therefore, the heavenly axiom had allowed this matter. Whoosh! Beams of divine light bloomed from the heavenly palace. They were incomparably resplendent and pierced through the 9 layers of clouds, forming an inexplicable connection with the Zhoshing in the distant firmament. Rumble! At this moment, the stars trembled, each radiating a dazzling light. Unparalleled star power gushed out of their bodies and poured into the corresponding universal palace. Roar, roar, roar! With the support of the star power, the heavenly palace immediately changed. Blurry figures slowly appeared in the palace. They were ancient and mysterious, as if they were strolling in from the past and were about to walk into the present. Those were illusory figures of the heavenly cycle star gods. Every Zhoshing would give birth to an innate star god. They were the sons of the stars and the natural lords of the stars. At this moment, the illusory figures of the heavenly cycle star gods were born in the heavenly palace. This meant that they had obtained the approval of the Zhoshing and could borrow the power of the Zhoshing's origin. At the same time, this also meant that the galaxy cosmic light array had taken shape. In front of the Ziwei Divine Hall, Xiaohao looked at the Universe Divine Hall that was glowing with divine light. He suddenly formed a seal with both hands, pointed at the void, and issued a command. Galactic Cosmic Light Array, rise. As soon as he finished speaking, a change occurred. The divine light that shot into the sky from the Universal Sacred Palace suddenly began to shrink. In the blink of an eye, it had completely shrunk back into the sacred palace. Then, as if it had been compressed to the extreme, the divine light suddenly exploded. Accompanied by countless mysterious runes, it swept in all directions. Dazzling divine light and endless runes flooded the entire untainted land in the blink of an eye. Buzz, 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 the stars in the sky trembled. Boundless astral energy descended and was absorbed by the complete heaven sacred palace. With this assistance, the divine light runes aura skyrocketed and connected into one in an instant. Subsequently, an astonishing change occurred. Rumble, the entire Urwilds was buzzing, and the myriad Daos were trembling. They seemed to be trembling, but at the same time they seemed excited. Numerous shocking phenomena were born. Amidst the shocking rare phenomena, a vast, ancient, magnificent, and illusionary figure silently descended. Pangu's shadow. No, to be precise, it was Pangu's godly figure. He appeared so suddenly and stood silently in the sky above the 360 universal sacred palaces, silently guarding the untainted land. But even so, the moment Pangu's godly figure appeared, his imposing figure still made people unable to look directly at him. Yes, it was different from Feng Zichen rebuilding the boundless starry sky, Shenong sorting out the earth veins, and the shadow of Pangu's godly figure hiding. This time, the shadow of Pangu's godly figure clearly appeared on the untainted land. It allowed the myriad races, the powerful beings, and even the chaos demon gods to clearly sense his existence. This was done deliberately by Feng Zichen. His purpose was to deter those with ulterior motive. He wanted to make it clear to the world. The untainted land was protected by Pengu's godly figure. Anyone with ulterior motives had to extinguish their thoughts that they should not have. Otherwise, under Pengu's axe, there would be no life. That is Pengu's father god? When they suddenly saw the appearance of Pengu's godly figure, not to mention the experts of the myriad races, even the powerful beings who were secretly watching this place were shocked. In the untainted land, no matter who it was, there was an insurmountable peak in their hearts. That was Pengu. In the hearts of all living beings in the untainted land, Pengu's father god was an invincible existence. Known, unknown, as long as it existed, no one could compete with it except for the great Tao. From this, it could be seen that Pengu's position in the hearts of all living beings in the untainted land. Therefore, when they suddenly saw the manifestation of Pengu's godly figure, everyone could not help but be so excited that they could not control themselves. Those powerful beings were still fine because they were old enough and had experienced many great calamities of the world. Therefore, they had more or less seen the manifestation of Pengu's shadow. Therefore, in their hearts they were more surprised than excited. However, the living beings of the untainted land were different. As the world changed several times, those living beings who had seen Pengu's shadow had either already attained the Tao or died in the great calamity and turned into dust. Therefore, the living beings of the world were all living beings of the new generation. Most of their understanding of Pengu's great Taoist priests came from legends. They had never personally experienced him and his greatness. But now, with the manifestation of Pengu's godly figure, the legend had become a reality. One could imagine the excitement in everyone's hearts. Greetings, Pengu's father god. Unable to hold back the excitement in their hearts, everyone bowed to Pengu's godly figure to express their excitement. For a moment, the name of Pengu resounded throughout the untainted land. Pengu! 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 Perhaps the expectations of all living beings had an effect. The will of Pengu in the unseen world actually responded. Boom! An incomparably vast power suddenly erupted in the depths of the void, spreading out at a speed that surpassed time and space and thought. In an instant it swept through the entire untainted land. Whoosh! At this moment, time and space seemed to have stopped. Everything fell into a stagnant state. It was not until an angry roar resounded throughout the untainted land that everyone came back to their senses. Pengu, the name Pengu, was filled with endless hatred. The unwillingness and hatred contained in his voice was enough to move anyone who heard it. It's the Chaos Demon God. After the voice fell, Feng Zichen immediately made a judgment. It was the voice of the Chaos Demon God. Obviously, this time, Pengu took the opportunity to respond to all living beings to give the Chaos Demon God a fierce blow. He just didn't know what exactly he had done to make the Chaos Demon God so unwilling. But there was no doubt that the Chaos Demon God would definitely not feel good after being hit by Pengu. Otherwise, their voices would not be so mournful. Perhaps, Pengu had taken the opportunity to ruin the Chaos Demon God's resurrection plan. No matter what, it was always a good thing that Pengu had made a move. He believed that after this matter, the Chaos Demon God would definitely have scruples and would not act as unscrupulously as before in the future. Search. There were thousands of thoughts in his mind, but Feng Zichen's movements were not slow. Almost at the moment when the voice disappeared, he made a move. Majestic divine thoughts gushed out from his body, covering the entire primitive world, trying to find the whereabouts of the Chaos Demon God who had spoken. This person would definitely not feel good after being hit by Pengu. And this was Feng Zichen's opportunity. As the saying goes, take his life while he's sick. At this time, it was a great opportunity to kill this Chaos Demon God. At this moment, Feng Zichen was not the only one who thought so. The other great mediums also had the same thoughts as him. They released their divine thoughts and searched the world, trying to find the whereabouts of that person to prevent future trouble. But unfortunately, they were all disappointed. No matter what methods they used, they could not find the whereabouts of the Chaos Demon God. Obviously, the other party was not a fool. He knew that his current state was not right, and it was very likely that he would attract everyone's attention, so he left early. The Chaos Demon God is indeed the son of chaos. He has quite a lot of methods. Feng Zichen was not too disappointed that he could not find the person, because he and everyone else knew that the Chaos Demon God's current situation was definitely not good. The great Taoist priest's Pangu would not attack for no reason. Since he had attacked the Chaos Demon God, it meant that the other party must have paid an unimaginable price. It was just that their level was too low to see what the price was, but it did not matter. As time passed, one day, the losses that the Chaos Demon God had suffered today would be exposed in front of everyone. Putting the matter of the Chaos Demon God aside, the changes in the primitive world continued. However, it was not Xiaohao who was driving the changes, but Feng Zichen who was on Ziwei Star. After Pangu's will made a move, he continued to fall into a deep slumber. Affected by this, the god Pangu gradually disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Thus, the heavenly cycle palace regained its peace. Everything returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened before. But everyone knew that with the establishment of the heavenly cycle palace, everything was different. At the very least, the acquired qi that flowed between heaven and earth had become smoother. No change could be achieved overnight, especially such a change that concerned the entire primordial world. It was even more impossible to complete it in a short period of time. It was as if heaven and earth had become easier. As time passed, it slowly changed. Therefore, after the galaxy cosmic light array was activated, the patriarchs of the myriad races bid farewell and returned to their respective races, waiting for the changes in heaven and earth. Of course, before everyone left, the heavenly Tao also gave them the reward they deserve. Not long after the heavenly cycle palace was established, auspicious clouds gathered in the sky, and golden light shone brightly, illuminating the endless mountains and rivers. That was the heaven and earth merit. The appearance of the heavenly cycle palace was beneficial to the stability of the primordial world and the development of heaven and earth. It could be said that it was meritorious to heaven and earth, and with meritorious service there would be rewards. The heaven and earth merit, this was the best reward for them. Boundless merit fell. Half of it fell into the human race, and the other half was divided equally by the myriad races. At this point, Xiaohao and the myriad races had achieved perfection. However, while they had achieved perfection, Feng Zichen had not achieved perfection. With the establishment of the heavenly cycle palace, the heavens, the earth were all overseen by the god of Pangu. And the fulfillment of this condition could help Feng Zichen promote the progress of the primordial world. Then, on the Emperor's star, Feng Zichen stood up with a loud bang. He activated the boundless starry sky with all his might. At the same time, the power of the god of Pangu silently bloomed, enveloping the entire boundless starry sky and covering the fluctuations of the boundless starry sky, causing outsiders to be unable to detect it. That's it, let's verify my great Tao. With a low voice, Feng Zichen activated the power of the boundless starry sky and resonated with the heavenly cycle palace on the ground and the earth spirit veins underground. Buzz, buzz, buzz in the space-time that no one noticed, the god of Pangu in the boundless starry sky, the god of Pangu in the primordial world, and the god of Pangu underground quietly appeared. The heavens were the gods, the earth was the chi, and the man was the essence. These three Pangu gods were a trinity, symbolizing the essence, chi, and spirit. Once they met, endless creation was born. Shuar in a trance, the three Pangu gods suddenly merged into one, transforming into a clearer and more mysterious Pangu god. At the same time, with the fusion of the three Pangu gods, the entire primordial world seemed to have become more vivid. Primordial chaos as one. The fusion of the three Pangu gods caused the primordial world to become more complete, more lively, and more mysterious. Hu, the Pangu god, opened its mouth and sucked in a stream of primordial chaos energy from the primordial chaos outside. When the primordial chaos energy entered its body, it first circled around the boundless starry sky, then flowed into the primordial world, passing through the 12 principal meridians before slowly entering the dantian. Then, the dantian produced a Tao fire, refining the qi into a god, returning to the void, and finally fusing with the Tao. It was refined into the purest source of heaven and earth, and slowly integrated into the Daoyuo sky. During this period, part of the primordial chaos energy was refined and integrated into the 12 principal meridians to strengthen the source of the earth and sublimate the earth spirit veins. The heavenly cycle palace, as the hub of the spiritual cave, also received some benefits from transforming the primordial chaos energy. A portion of the primordial chaos energy remained and became the foundation of the Zhousing to support the Daoyuo Jinxian. During this process, the ones that received the most benefits were the boundless starry sky and the Daoyuo sky. While the primordial chaos energy was repairing the Zhousing sky, it poured into the Daoyuo sky to maintain its supreme status. The more powerful the source of the Daoyuo sky was, the more experts it could accommodate. As the Sky Master, Feng Zichen would also receive more benefit. At the very least, if the Daoyuo sky became the source of all Daos, Feng Zichen would be able to peek into all Daos and become the master of all Daos. The primordial chaos energy entered the primordial world from the boundless starry sky and flowed to the earth, then returned and integrated into the Daoyuo sky. It was a great cycle of heaven and earth. At this time, if someone looked at the primordial world from the primordial chaos, they would see a huge figure appear on the primordial world, breathing in the primordial chaos energy from all directions. Chapter 642. That was Pangu's god. No, it should be Pangu's Dharma Laksana. The huge Dharma Laksana formed by combining the power of the whole untainted land was obviously not suitable to be called a god. Pangu's Dharma Laksana stood above the untainted land and suppressed everything. It breathed in the chaotic qi from all directions and refined the purest origin of heaven and earth to help the heaven and earth complete the great cycle and gradually strengthen the foundation of heaven and earth. This was the road to the promotion of the world. With the formation of Pangu's Dharma Laksana, more and more chaotic qi was absorbed and refined by the untainted land. With the help of this, heaven and earth would slowly grow. The boundless starry sky, the heaven realm, the earth realm, the netherworld realm, the earth. Everything would change. Everything was developing in a good direction. However, there was one thing that made people helpless. That was, after Pangu's Dharma Laksana was formed, heaven and earth would undoubtedly become more prosperous. Under the influence of this, more congenital qi would emerge between heaven and earth. However, because heaven and earth were easier, the untainted land seemed to have been cursed. Under the restriction of the way of heaven, the spirit veins and earth veins that were supposed to give birth to congenital qi could not give birth to congenital qi at all. Every time congenital qi was born from the earth veins, an inexplicable force would appear between heaven and earth, distorting everything and forcibly transforming congenital qi into acquired qi. After the untainted land was shattered several times, the way of heaven finally made up its mind to use coercive means to restrain the power on earth. Transforming congenital qi into acquired qi was the best and most effective method that the way of heaven thought of. Why did Feng Zichen expel the great medium and the human tribe expel the experts of the 10,000 tribes without any hindrance? The reason was that the way of heaven acquiesced to all of this. The way of heaven was very happy to see Dalio-Jinxian and the existences above Dalio-Jinxian leave the untainted land one after another. Therefore, not only would it not obstruct them, but it would also secretly help. This was also one of the reasons why the great medium did not have much resistance. In the untainted land, defying the way of heaven was not a small matter, but a fatal matter. If it wasn't for the heavenly Tao, how could the powerful beings leave so easily? Did they really think that the names of the sages, Fengzichen and Zenyuanzi, were so useful? If their names were really so useful, the primordial world would have been peaceful long ago. Of course, the restrictions of the heavenly Tao. It was only aimed at the primordial world. The heaven realm and the other great worlds were not within this range. Otherwise, if the heavenly Tao dared to convert all the Kanate Qi in the entire primordial world into postnatal Qi, then the great mystical abilities who had lost hope would not mind fighting to the death with the heavenly Tao and dragging the entire world into destruction. Severing my path is worse than killing me. Even the heavenly Tao did not dare to transform the entire primordial world into the postnatal era. Therefore, the matter of heaven and earth being easier was restricted to the primitive world. This was undoubtedly a bad thing for the countless cultivators on the ground. However, it was a great thing for the untainted land. This was a form of protection for the primordial world by the heavenly Tao. The weaker the strength of the cultivators, the safer the primordial world would be. In the past, the situation of the earth being shattered would not happen again. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, how could the path of hundreds of millions of cultivators be compared to the comfort of the primordial world? It was clear at a glance which was more important. The earth could not produce Kanate Qi, and the extra Kanate Qi would not disappear into thin air. Then where could they go? Naturally, under the push of the heavenly Tao, they surged towards the heaven realm. The heaven realm. It was the center of the power of the primordial world. Now, with the decline of the earth, the Kanate Qi swarmed over, causing its status to become higher and higher. It was faintly showing signs of becoming the center of the heavens. In terms of the content of the Kanate Qi, the current heaven realm, with the support of the entire primordial world, had already surpassed the heaven realm of the ancient times. Moreover, due to the shift in the center of gravity of the primordial world, the heaven realm's proportion in the primordial world was increasing. Endless luck gathered, causing the heaven realm to undergo a second evolution and have the momentum to continue to advance. How could it be ordinary to combine the power of heaven and earth to nurture a realm? The current situation of the primordial world had already evolved. The heaven realm was the strongest realm, gathering a large number of experts in the primordial world. As for the earth, it had evolved from the paradise of the experts to the cradle of the experts. According to the heavenly Tao's thoughts, the earth had already become a tool to transport experts for the heaven realm. This was the future trend. It was also the best outcome. Of course, the heavenly Tao was incomplete. No matter what it did, it could not be perfect. It would always leave a trace of flaw, leaving a chance for all living beings. Therefore, although the heavenly Tao wanted to completely transform the primordial world into the postnatal world, it might not be able to complete this task. The heavenly cycle temple. It was where the vitality of all living beings lay. The heavenly cycle temple stood on the ground. Zhousing was connected to the earth veins of the primordial world. It combined the power of heaven, earth, and man, giving birth to endless creation. Its ability was truly amazing. It had the ability to go against the Kanate heavens. It could forcefully distort the rules of heaven and earth under the general trend of changing the world, turning the impossible into the possible, refining postnatal Qi into Kanate Qi. In other words, within the heavenly cycle temple, there was no need to be affected by the change of heaven and earth. One could still enjoy the treatment of the primordial world. With the heavenly Tao's ability, How could it not discover its function when it inspected the heavenly cycle temple earlier? Even so, it did not remove the function of the heavenly cycle temple. Clearly, the heavenly Tao had tacitly allowed this to happen. This meant that the heavenly Tao had recognized the heavenly cycle temple's legal status. It was a chance of survival left by heaven and earth for all living beings. The Khanate races who obtained the heavenly cycle temple were naturally very excited when they saw how useful it was. As for the Khanate races who did not obtain the heavenly cycle temple, they were secretly vexed. Some of the Khanate races even had thoughts of leaving the primordial world. Now, they were waiting for Xiaohao to ascend to the heavens, so that they could follow him to the heaven realm and build a foundation. However, the happiest people after the heavenly cycle temple was established were none other than the human race. As for why they were happy, it was not because the human race had the most heavenly cycle temples. Instead, as the 365 heavenly cycle temples were established in the primordial world, the 365 heavenly cycle temples in the human race's territory also underwent an inexplicable change. The two heavenly cycle temples, one big and one small, one positive and one negative, corresponded with each other. Just like the Taiji yin-yang diagram, they corresponded with each other and gave birth to endless creation. The establishment of the heavenly cycle temple in the primordial world had undoubtedly greatly stimulated the human race's heavenly cycle temple, causing its power to skyrocket. One could see that under the influence of the heavenly cycle temple in the primordial world, the human race's heavenly cycle temple suddenly emitted a resplendent divine light. Countless mysterious runes soared up, forming great Tao formation patterns and seemingly undergoing a metamorphosis. Rumble. Amidst the violent vibrations, the great Tao runes on the heavenly cycle temple spread out and transformed into a huge screen of light that enveloped the entire human race's territory. At this moment, under the cover of the screen of light, the human race's territory seemed to be isolated from the primordial world. Rumble. In the human race's territory, thunder rumbled, runes danced, and laws manifested. All sorts of astonishing phenomena appeared one after another. It was as if a supreme force was distorting everything and reshaping the world. After an unknown period of time, the heavenly cycle temple gradually calmed down. The screen of light that enveloped the human race's territory also disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Upon closer inspection, the human race's territory did not seem to have changed at all compared to before the incident. It was as if everything that had just happened had not happened. However, if one were to walk into the human race's territory and carefully sense it, one would discover that the earlier incident had brought about an incomparable change to the human race's territory. Amidst the spirit qi that filled the entire void, in addition to acquired qi, there were also traces of Khanate qi in the human race's territory. That's right, it was Khanate qi. Although it was very little, but it did exist. In theory, this was impossible. Under the restrictions of the heavenly Tao, Khanate qi should not have appeared in the primordial world. Even Khanate spirit meridians could not produce Khanate qi. This was because the moment Khanate qi was produced, the power of laws would appear and distort the Khanate qi, transforming it into acquired qi. Based on this, it was truly inconceivable that Khanate qi could be produced in the human race's territory. This was all thanks to the complete heaven shrine. Tracing back to the source, one would discover that the Khanate qi in the human race's territory originated from the universal temple of the human race. It was emitted from their bodies and fused into the void. With the support of the universal temple of the primordial world, the human race's universal temple's power soared and produced even more Khanate qi. As a result, the temple could not contain it and had no choice but to disperse it. Moreover, as the temple's power soared, so did the power of God Pangu. As the power of God Pangu spread out, it distorted the laws of heaven and earth in the human race's territory and broke the restrictions of the heavenly Tao, causing a few loopholes to appear. It was these loopholes that made the impossible possible in the human race's territory. In the acquired era, Khanate Chi was produced. It could also be said that the current human race had retained a trace of the primordial world's landscape. This was not to be underestimated. Although there was not much Khanate Chi in the human race's territory, it was enough for the human race to leave the other races in the dust at the starting line. The Tao of gods and demons. The most important thing was to go against the Khanate heavens. In the acquired era, the depletion of Khanate Chi would undoubtedly increase the difficulty of going against the Khanate heavens to a hellish level. It could be said that with the arrival of the acquired era, the Tao of the God-Fiend had already shown signs of decline in the primordial world. But now, with the reappearance of Khanate Chi in the human race's territory, although it was not enough to completely revive the Tao of the God-Fiend, it could still preserve its inheritance and produce an endless number of experts. Just this point alone surpassed the myriad races by too much. It was extremely difficult to get started with the Tao of the God-Fiend. Those who were not exceptionally talented could not get started. But similarly, once one got started with the Tao of the God-Fiend, their achievements would far surpass other cultivation paths. At the very least, in terms of combat strength, the Tao of the God-Fiend could be ranked in the top 3. Khanate was the foundation of everything. The advantage of this, as time passed, was enough to let the human race leave the myriad races in the dust. This was the foundation of hegemony. The appearance of Pangu's Dharma idol undoubtedly had a huge impact on the primordial world. Therefore, as soon as he appeared, the great divines of the primordial world sensed something. They felt that the primordial world was slightly different from before, as if it was more lively. But then, no matter what methods they used, they could not find the origin of this change. It was as if it had happened out of thin air. They could not find the traces of the god of Pangu, let alone the Pangu's Dharma idol, which was even stronger than the Pangu. If these great divines could see the Pangu's Dharma idol, it would be a miracle. After being unable to find out the origin of the change for a long time, everyone had no choice but to give up and bury their doubts deep in their hearts. They would think about it when they had succeeded in their cultivation in the future. However, thinking about how not long ago, Pangu's will had briefly awakened and attacked the Chaos Fiend god. Everyone could not help but feel that the change in the primordial world was related to this matter. It was no wonder that they thought so. It was really too coincidental that these two things happened. Pangu's will had just awakened, and the change in the primordial world happened here. It was really hard for people not to think about it. Regarding this point, Feng Zichen did not expect it either, because, in his plan, he did not think that Pangu's will would suddenly awaken. After all, who would have thought that Pangu would respond to the sacrifice of all living beings and attack the Chaos Fiend god? This was completely unexpected. However, it had to be said that this matter happened very coincidentally. It made the great divines connect the change in the primordial world with it, so as to avoid Feng Zichen's exposure. Compared to Feng Zichen's action to promote the progress of the primordial world, it was obviously more reasonable for Pangu to take action. Even the god of Pangu's strength is comparable to the ninth heaven of Hunyuan. How powerful is the Pangu's Dharma Laksana, which is even stronger? I wonder who is so lucky to be able to test the power of Pangu's Dharma Laksana? On Ziwei Star, Feng Zichen slowly withdrew his Dharma power and looked at Pangu's Dharma Laksana, which was in an unknown time and space, and muttered to himself. The formation of Pangu's Dharma Laksana undoubtedly gave Feng Zichen another powerful trump card. The power of Pangu's Dharma Laksana, which was formed by combining the power of the primordial world, was definitely beyond imagination. He just did not know how powerful it was. Was it above the Hunyuan realm or above the infinite realm? However, although Feng Zichen was very curious, he had no intention of trying. The reason was that the power of Pangu's Dharma Laksana was too strong. With Feng Zichen's current strength, who knew what would happen if he controlled such a powerful Pangu's Dharma Laksana? It was hard to say. He could be squeezed dry in an instant, or even absorb his origin. Therefore, Feng Zichen did not dare to try carelessly. This was a life-risking trump card. It could not be used unless it was a last resort. It could only be used when he was in a desperate situation and planned to risk everything. Chapter 643. In the ancestral land of the human race, where the ancestral temple was located, all the elders of the human race and the patriarchs of the myriad races were gathered here, ready to witness a major event that concerned the inheritance of the human race. That's right. The Xiaohao Emperor was about to ascend to the heavens. In order to establish the heavenly cycle temple, Xiaohao had spent hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, not long after the heavenly cycle temple was established, the Xiaohao Emperor's million-year term came to an end. He had completed his merit and was about to ascend to the heavens. At this moment, everyone was gathered here to witness the grand occasion of the Xiaohao Emperor passing the throne to Zhuanxu. Zhuanxu! From now on, the primordial world will be handed over to you. I hope that the human race will prosper in your hands and far surpass the ancestors. In this way, you will not let me down and the ancestors of the past. In the ancestral temple, under the witness of the Virgin Yuhua, the sacred Emperor Zichen, the ancestral Emperor Suiren, and the statues of the past human ancestors, Xiaohao passed the human Tao Emperor seal, which represented the supreme power of the human race, to Zhuanxu. Zhuanxu, I will not let the ancestors down. Zhuanxu took the human Tao Emperor seal with a solemn expression and swore. Ha ha! Zhuanxu, from now on, the primordial world is yours. Amidst the laughter, the Xiaohao Emperor walked out of the ancestral temple, and with his footsteps, strands of seven-colored auspicious clouds appeared under his feet, slowly lifting him up into the air. Everyone, is there anyone who is willing to travel with me? In the air, Xiaohao first took a deep look at the mountains and rivers of the primordial world before asking the crowd below. Xiaohao had been in power for 1,000,000 years, so it was impossible for there to be no loyal subordinates under him. Moreover, these people had all made great contributions to him. Now that he was about to ascend to the heavens and enjoy the limitless supreme karmic position, he naturally had to give these people a future so that he would not let them down. And the heavenly court, it was where the future of these people lay. It was the center of the power of the primordial world, the place where countless providence gathered. If they could get an official position there, even if it only took 1,000,000 years, it would be enough for these people to obtain a lot of merit. These days, as the world became more and more perfect, merit became harder and harder to obtain. As for becoming an official in the heavenly court, that was the best way to gain merit as far as he knew. Heavenly court. It was the place that maintained the operation of heaven and earth. Therefore, the officials of the heavenly court did not manage the living beings of the world, but the operation of the world. Maintaining the operation of heaven and earth, and forming a karmic connection with heaven and earth naturally gave him merit. Xiaohao asked everyone if they were willing to leave with him. His purpose was to ask everyone if they were willing to go to the heavenly court to seek a future. Of course, Xiaohao's goal was not limited to this. The old ministers under him had been in power for too long and had hindered the promotion of the younger generation. Even the human emperor could not rule for more than 1,000,000 years, let alone these ministers. If these ministers continued to occupy high positions, how could there be any hope for young people to rise? Therefore, when Xiaohao and the 3 emperors ascended to the heavens, they all wanted to bring a group of subordinates to the heaven realm. Their purpose was to make room for the young people. This was to maintain the vitality of the human race, so that the human race would continue to prosper. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. This humble subject wishes to follow Your Majesty to the heavens. The heaven realm is the center of the myriad worlds. This humble subject has long yearned for it. Now, following your majesty to the heavens can fulfill this humble subject's wish. As soon as Xiaohao finished speaking, many elders of the human race soared into the sky and caught up with him, wanting to leave with him. Making room for the young people was the foundation of the human race. All the elders of the human race understood this point. Therefore, regardless of whether they were willing or not, they had to make a choice after Xiaohao finished speaking. Should they follow Xiaohao to the heaven realm to enjoy glory and wealth, or should they continue to stay in the primordial world and become the foundation of the human race, hiding in the heavenly cycle temple? In short, they could not be in power anymore. They were not greedy for power. A human elder who was not greedy for power was a good human elder. The human emperor could not be in power forever. How could the ministers stay in high positions forever? If they were greedy for power, they would definitely pay the price. Your Majesty, please wait for us. After everyone followed, Emperor Xiaohao was about to leave with them on a cloud. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from the void. Xiaohao looked in the direction of the voice. What he saw was an extremely shocking scene. Dozens of Khanate clans were led by their clan leaders. Judging from their posture, it was obvious that they were about to leave the primordial world. Fellow cultivator, you are, although Xiaohao had already guessed it, he was still not sure, so he asked with some doubt. Ha ha! I heard that your majesty is going to the heavenly court to take the position of heavenly emperor and rule the entire primordial world. We are not talented, so we specially came to seek refuge with your majesty for a future. I think your majesty won't despise us, right? Among the crowd, the leader chuckled a few times and stepped forward to speak to Xiaohao. Fellow cultivator, you must be joking. Xiaohao can't be more than happy that you all came to seek refuge. Why would he despise you? However, are you really willing to part with the huge family business in the primordial world? Xiaohao looked deeply at everyone and said in an inexplicable tone. Are you willing? Sigh. Things have come to this. So what if you can't bear to? That person looked at the ancestral land sadly and sighed at Xiaohao in an extremely melancholic and helpless tone. Hearing this, Xiaohao choked for a moment and did not know how to reply. Wasn't the reason why they left their hometown because they were forced by the human race to the point that they had no choice? If the human race gave them a little hope, they would not be forced to move to the heaven realm. If they continued to stay in the primordial world, they would definitely decline in the future. However, if they left the primordial world and went to the heaven realm, there would be a chance of survival in the future. They were not stupid, so they naturally knew how to choose such a simple multiple-choice question. Haha! Since all of you have so much faith in me, I won't disappoint you. When we reach the heaven realm, I will definitely find a suitable place for you all to settle down. As an emperor, he had to be thick-skinned. Therefore, after the initial awkwardness, Xiaohao laughed and forcefully changed the topic, assuring everyone. In that case, we will thank your majesty on behalf of our clansmen. After receiving Xiaohao's assurance, everyone secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they bowed respectfully to Xiaohao. This bow was really from the bottom of their hearts. To the heaven realm, they, the innate races from the primordial world, were undoubtedly outsiders. If they went there rashly, they would definitely be suppressed by the natives of the heaven realm. However, with Xiaohao's assurance, the situation they would face would undoubtedly be much better. No matter what, Xiaohao was also the future celestial emperor, the supreme ruler of the primordial world in name. With his assurance, even if the natives of the heaven realm were dissatisfied with them, they would not dare to go too far for Xiaohao's sake. Otherwise, what awaited them would be the anger of the celestial emperor. Who was the celestial emperor? In the primordial world, other than the great magicians, no one could withstand his anger. Even the disciples of the saints were no exception. Did you not see? the cause of the God-confirmant tribulation, was because the disciples of the three sects were disrespectful to Haotian. Xiaohao's assurance could make it easier for these innate races to open up the situation in the heaven realm, who knew how much trouble it would save them. Therefore, this bow was really sincere. After accepting everyone's bow, Xiaohao rode a cloud and left with everyone. At this point, the primordial world ushered in the rule of Zhuanxu. That's right, there was no mistake, it was the primordial world, not the human race. Just as Xiaohao said to Zhuanxu, the primordial world is yours. Not as Xianyuan said to Xiaohao, the human race is yours. The difference between the primordial world and the human race was the difference between the 3 emperors and the 5 emperors. During the period of the 3 emperors, although the 3 emperors were strong enough, the human race was obviously not strong enough. Although they could be considered the top of the primordial world, they could not be called the ruler of the primordial world. Therefore, the 3 emperors ascended the throne. First, they were the emperors of the human race. Then, after countless efforts, they became the emperors of the primordial world. During the period of the 5 emperors, after many years of operation by the 3 emperors, the human race's strength had long undergone a huge change. They could be said to be the true overlord of the primordial world. Therefore, with the legacy of the 3 emperors, once the 5 emperors succeeded the throne, they were the emperors of the primordial world. They were not like the 3 emperors, who needed to suppress the 10,000 races before they could become the emperors of the primordial world. That was also why the 5 emperors were inferior to the 3 emperors. Compared to the 3 emperors, the 5 emperors had too many advantages. The difficulties they had to face were far less than the 3 emperors period. All the major obstacles had long been swept away by the 3 emperors. The 5 emperors only needed to develop step by step, and they could lead the human race to glory. The contributions of the 3 emperors were not only beneficial to the current world, but also to the future. In the heavenly courts, powerful experts gathered. Regardless of whether they were in hiding or still active in the primordial world, as long as they were not in seclusion, they were all gathered here. Even the heavenly Tao had sent down a wisp of will to pay attention to this place. And all of this, it was all because of the handover of the celestial emperor. Compared to the change of the human emperor, the change of the celestial emperor was undoubtedly grander and more solemn. Even the heavenly Tao had to descend personally. After all, the celestial emperor's identity was there. He was the highest in the primordial world and incomparable. His every move was a major event that affected the primordial world, let alone a major event like the change of the celestial emperor. The powerful experts were coming, and the heavenly Tao was about to descend. That was to say, the saints were not in the primordial world. If not, they would have come personally to witness this scene. Just like that, under the witness of a group of powerful experts and the heavenly Tao, the central yellow emperor Xianyuan abdicated and passed the position of celestial emperor to Xiaohao. It was this celestial emperor, known as the Western Gold Emperor, who was taken in as a guardian by the ancestral Magus. As such, the 5 elements celestial emperor had already reached the 4th position. The first 3 celestial emperors had reached perfection. Under this influence, an invisible force of heaven and earth appeared and descended on Feng Zichen's body. Not only did it baptize his physical body, but it also faintly opened the primordial chaos gate for him. At this moment, under the support of this force of heaven and earth, Feng Zichen truly saw the scenery after the primordial chaos Tao realm. He was really close to that door. If one had to describe it, it could only be said that it was within reach. However, there was always a little bit missing, causing him to be unable to truly push open that door and advance to the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jinxian. Feng Zichen knew that it was because the 5 elements celestial emperor had not reached perfection, causing him to be unable to take that crucial half a step. The 5 elements celestial emperor. That was the key to his Tao. Once the 5 elements celestial emperor reached perfection, Feng Zichen, who had facilitated this matter, would be able to obtain boundless luck and break through to the realm of the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian in one fell swoop. Moreover, he would be able to ascend several levels of heaven and become an expert of the primordial chaos domain. It was precisely because of this that Feng Zichen would painstakingly suppress his realm and not let himself advance so early. In fact, as early as more than 1,000,000 years ago, when Xianyuan had just ascended the throne and Feng Zichen had recovered from all his injuries, if he had gone all out, he could have advanced to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. He was the great Taoist priest, advancing to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. To others this was an extremely difficult task, but for Feng Zichen, although it was not easy, it only needed a period of time to settle down. After fighting with the chaos demon gods of the primordial chaos several times, Feng Zichen had long had the capital to advance to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Especially after the battle with the demon ancestor Rahu, he broke and stood up, and his realm had been greatly sublimated. It could be said that at that time, he had a realm comparable to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. It was only because his injuries were too serious that he did not advance to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. With Xuanyuan's ascension, Feng Zichen's injuries had completely recovered. He had already grasped the essence of the primordial chaos realm. In other words, he did not need to wait until the 5 elements celestial emperor reached perfection to reach the primordial chaos realm. As long as he wanted, he could borrow the power of the great Taoist priests in his body or the power of the boundless starry sky to break through at any time. However, Feng Zichen held back. He was unwilling to break through just like that. His ambition was great. 1 or 2 proofs could no longer satisfy him. He wanted to maximize his benefits in order to pursue greater result. Feng Zichen wanted to achieve the primordial chaos realm 3 times so that he could jump over the early stage of the primordial chaos realm in one fell swoop. The more methods he prepared before attaining the Tao, the stronger he would be after attaining the Tao. The reason why it was said that the more profound one's foundation was before the breakthrough, the better was because the breakthrough of the realm could transform all the foundations into strength. The more profound one's foundation was, the greater the benefits of the breakthrough. This was the only chance to advance by leaps and bounds. Good preparation was the key to success. If he wanted to increase his strength explosively after the breakthrough, it would be somewhat impossible. He had to slowly accumulate it step by step. Attaining the Tao 3 times was enough for Feng Zichen to enter the 4th level of the primordial chaos realm, or even higher. If he used the power of the great Taoist priests in his body and the power of the boundless starry sky to directly enter the primordial chaos realm, then his achievements would only be the 3rd level of the primordial chaos realm. In this way, how could Feng Zichen be satisfied? One had to know that his target had always been a saint. As for the saint, even the weakest one, Kundi, had the 4th level of the primordial chaos realm. The 3rd level of the primordial chaos realm was not even comparable to Kundi. It would be strange if Feng Zichen was satisfied. Therefore, he wanted to pursue a higher realm. He did not want to surpass the saint, but he wanted to catch up with the saint. Chapter 644. The 5 Elements Celestial Emperor. This was Feng Zichen's plan. Using the power of heaven and earth to achieve the Tao. Transforming these 3 supreme powers into resources for his own advancement would definitely push Feng Zichen to the 4th level of primordial chaos or even higher. He would catch up with the saints in one fell swoop and become an existence that truly stood at the peak of the primordial world. Therefore, Feng Zichen could not break through. Even if he could easily break into the primordial chaos domain with his current foundation, as long as the 5 elements celestial emperor was not perfected, he would not be able to break through. To be honest, This feeling of forcefully holding back from breaking through was not good. The power of the primordial chaos was right in front of him, constantly attracting Feng Zichen's mind, tempting him to take a step closer. How many people could resist the temptation of becoming stronger? However, for the sake of a stronger future, Feng Zichen could not help but endure. It was only 3 million years. He had endured such a long time, so he did not care about this little bit of time. It was just the time for seclusion. He could endure it for a while. He could not let any accidents happen that would cause him to suddenly break through and enter the primordial chaos domain. As a result, all his years of hard work would be wasted. During the reign of Emperor Xiaohao, he felt that the human race had oppressed the myriad races too much, so he gave them preferential treatment to appease their hearts. Under this influence, the myriad races were able to recuperate and recover some of their strength. After their strength increased, the old habits of the myriad races resurfaced. They secretly started to cause trouble in the primordial world. Of course, although the strength of the myriad races had recovered some, they were still far from being comparable to the human race. Therefore, on the surface, the myriad races did not dare to cause trouble. However, in the dark, they kept making small moves. During Xiaohao's reign, the myriad races did not dare to go too far because of Xiaohao's prestige. However, after Zhuanshu succeeded the throne, his reputation for benevolence spread throughout the primordial world. As a result, the myriad races thought that he was a good person and inevitably had fewer scruples when they caused trouble. In addition, there was also a feud between the myriad races. In the past, because they were dealing with the human race together, they could not attack their allies, so these feuds were temporarily put aside. But now, as the human race descended into the primordial world and unified the myriad races, the so-called Khanate alliance naturally existed in name only. The alliance was gone. Naturally, they couldn't be considered allies. As a result, the various races no longer had any misgivings and began to enter the moment of revenge. Everyone would take revenge if they had a grudge, and take revenge if they had a grudge. The primordial world, which had finally regained its peace, became chaotic as a result. Logically speaking, Zhuanshu should have stopped the chaos in the primordial world. At the very least, he should have reprimanded the 10,000 races and ordered them to act calmly. However, in reality, Zhuanshu didn't say a single word from start to finish. It was not because he did not want to care, but because the current Zhuanshu was completely unable to free up his hands and feet to mediate the relationship between the 10,000 races. The matters of the human race were enough for him. How could he have other thoughts to consider the myriad races? Something is wrong with the human race. The friction between the myriad races continued, and the human race was not peaceful either. The hidden danger buried in the Xianyuan period suddenly erupted not long after Zhuanshu succeeded the throne. It was this trouble that restrained all of Zhuanshu's energy, so that he had no time to take care of the myriad races. What trouble could the human race, who was already the overlord of the primordial world, cause if the heaven realm did not interfere? Naturally, the answer came from within. When a race became invincible, its enemies would move from the outside to the inside. In other words, the human race was on the verge of civil strife. Back then, after the human emperor Xianyuan defeated Qiyu, in order to appease the hearts of the mutants, he did not attack the Jili tribe ruthlessly. Instead, he scattered them into the various tribes. This method was indeed excellent at that time. The Jili tribe was scattered and could not condense into a large force. Naturally, it was impossible for them to stir up any wave. In this way, the human race was doomed. However, it was obvious that Xianyuan had underestimated the methods of the mutants. At that time, the leader of the mutants saw that Qiyu was defeated and the huge Jili tribe was scattered. His clansmen were scattered all over the primordial world. He knew that the situation was over. Next, perhaps he was unwilling to be a coward, or perhaps he was worried that Xianyuan would settle the mutants. The leader of the mutants did something big. It had to be said that the leader of the mutants was also a figure. He combined the witchcraft he learned from the witch clan with the medical skills passed down by Shennong and created the witch doctor lineage. This method combined the strengths of the two lineages. It had an incredible ability. Compared to pure medical skills, its ability was much stronger. However, it had a fatal flaw, and that was that the witch doctor technique could only be practiced by those with the bloodline of the witch clan. Just this point, it restricted most people. If not for this, the leader of the mutants could have become an ancestor and gathered supreme luck. In the future, he might have the possibility of becoming a great magician and achieving his own glory. However, it was this restriction that greatly reduced his achievement. It was fortunate that he could become a quasi-saint, not to mention a great magician. After creating the witch doctor technique, the leader of the mutants, oh no, it should be said that he was the ancestor of the witch doctor. The ancestor of the witch doctor passed down the witch doctor technique to the witchman lineage. It was this move that caused the witchman lineage, whose status had declined after the defeat of the Civil War, to greatly increase their importance in the human race. Not only did their status increase again, but they even faintly had the tendency to be on par with the royal family. After all, who could guarantee that they would never be injured? After the witch doctor technique spread, the status of the witchman lineage in the human race gradually became prominent, and they even obtained a great right to speak. The power of the witchman lineage could be explained by one thing. At this time, there were countless human tribes of all sizes in the primordial world, and most of these tribes had their own witch doctors. The only difference was the number. The small ones had one or two, while the large ones could have hundreds or thousands. And these witch doctors had great power in the tribe. It could be said that they were second only to the tribe leader. It was to the extent that in some small tribes, some witch doctors had more power than the tribe leaders. Of course, witch doctors who had such power could no longer be called witch doctors. Instead, they were called witches, and had the power to sacrifice. The important matter of the country was to sacrifice and fight. From this, it could be seen how much power the witchman lineage, who had the power to sacrifice, had in the human race. If that was the case, although the witch doctors controlled most of the power of the human race, they had no reason to divide the human race and continue to stir up internal strife. But this matter, the bad thing was, the customs of the witchman lineage. As the descendants of the witchman and the human race, the witchman inherited some of the witchman's customs while inheriting the power of the witchman. For example, advocating nature, Pangu transformed into heaven and earth and created the primordial world. Based on this, the witchman believed that everything had a spirit. The mountain, the river, the sea were all formed from the flesh and blood of Pangu's father, and they should be worshipped. Therefore, the witchman liked to sacrifice. Heaven, earth, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, such natural phenomena, or famous mountains and rivers, could all become the objects of their sacrifice. Yes, the witchman lineage inherited this characteristic of the witchman. They liked to sacrifice and wanted to sacrifice everything they saw. However, as the descendants of Pangu, the witchman was born with a law and could communicate with heaven and earth. Therefore, no matter what they sacrificed, they could get a response. However, the witchman lineage, because their bloodline was not pure, they did not have this ability. With this ability, what was the difference between them and the witchman? Naturally, they were taken to the witchman. In other words, the witchman could indeed get a response when he sacrificed everything. As for the witchman, he was just going through the motions when he sacrificed everything. Not only was it useless, it was also easy for some people with ulterior motives to take advantage of it. For example, when some small tribes were sacrificing, if a special living being passed by and coveted the offerings of the human race, they could use the time when everyone was sacrificing to give a response. This way, the special living being would transform, it would become the sacrificial spirit of this tribe and enjoy its offerings. Actually, this was nothing. As the saying goes, you have to pay for what you get. Since these special living beings enjoyed the offerings of the human tribe, they naturally had to protect this place to repay the karma. The special living beings received benefits, and the safety of the human tribe was also guaranteed. This was a good thing that was mutually beneficial, and they should not be too worried. However, the problem was that there were evil gods, chaos demon gods, wreaking havoc in the primordial world. It was inevitable that the chaos demon gods would sense the random sacrifices of the human tribe. This gave the chaos demon gods a chance to interfere in the primordial world. The chaos fiend celestial was naturally the best at bewitching people. It was because the chaos demon gods were powerful enough. With the size of the primordial world, no one could resist such a powerful temptation. As for karma, if it was the karma of the chaos, they might have some concerns. However, they would not care about the karma of the primordial world. In the heart of the chaos demon gods, they wanted to destroy the primordial world. How could they talk about karma with them? What was there to talk about? The primordial world was gone. What karma was there? The primordial world had returned to ruins, and everything had returned to zero. Naturally, there was no karma. Therefore, the chaos demon gods were very unscrupulous when they did things. Under the bewitchment of the chaos demon gods, it was not surprising that anything would happen. For a moment, in the primordial world, monsters were everywhere, and it was a complete mess. Moreover, under the bewitchment of the chaos, the conflicts between the various tribes began to intensify. As a result, the internal strife of the human race was not chaotic. The situation was even more chaotic than that of the myriad races. And this was the current situation of the human race. When there were more people, there were more problems. The internal conflicts of the human race were much more complicated than those of the myriad races. Xuanxu had a headache because of this. To be honest, this kind of thing was really not Xuanxu's fault. Even among brothers, there were times when they were not on good terms. Needless to say, the relationship between the major tribes had long been so far apart. It would be strange if there were no dispute. Even without the instigation of the chaos demon gods, conflicts between the major tribes were bound to happen. The difference was only a matter of time. The instigation of the chaos demon gods could only be said to have further intensified the conflict, causing it to erupt in advance. This was unavoidable. It was also a conflict that had accumulated over countless years. It could erupt at any time. Xuanxu could only say that he was unlucky to have caught up with this matter during his term. However, since he had caught up, then there was no reason to escape. He needed to think of a way to solve it, and this, perhaps, was the test of heaven and earth for Xuanxu. In fact, to quell this internal strife, it was not difficult for Xuanxu. This was not because of his invincible strength in the primordial world, but because of the unique system of the human race. In order to ensure that the human race's experts would continue to exist, the human race's experts often went out to search for geniuses and brought them back to the human race's ancestral land to nurture them. After countless years of accumulation, most of the human race's experts were gathered in the human race's ancestral land. They were absolutely loyal to the human race. They were the mainstay of the human race and the most powerful warriors of the human race. They were the foundation of the human race. There were no traces of great divine abilities or even saints on them. No matter how one looked at it, it was a good thing for the human race's disciples to become disciples of great divine abilities or even saints. They could borrow power for the human race. However, all of this was based on the fact that the human race and the great divine abilities lived in harmony. If one day the human race and the great divine abilities fell out and went against each other, then what would the human race who had become disciples of the great divine abilities do? Would they help the human race, help the sect, or not help either side? Regarding this, Feng Zichen did not know. Nor did he want to know. He only knew. The human heart could not withstand the test. Therefore, he had to prepare for the worst. In case, it was just in case. If those clansmen were not useful at the critical moment, or even betrayed the human race at the last minute, then the human race would be in big trouble. Just in case, this was why there was a group of experts in the ancestral land. These experts that the human race nurtured themselves were the most solid fortress of the human race. Although Feng Zichen could not guarantee their absolute loyalty, compared to those clansmen who lived outside all year round, these clansmen who were personally nurtured were undoubtedly more trustworthy. No system could be absolutely perfect. Although the ancestral land was trying its best to find geniuses, there would still be some fish that escaped the net. However, these buried geniuses were extremely few in number and did not affect the overall situation. It was because of this system that the ancestral land of the human race gathered about 70% of the human race's strength. Excluding those clansmen who belonged to the great divine abilities, the experts in the countless tribes added together did not exceed 10% of the human race's experts. In this way, if Xuanxu was determined to calm the riot, it would not take much effort at all. The difference in strength between them was too great. But even so, Xuanxu did not make a move. Although the riot in the tribe was easy to calm, if the source was not solved, his actions would be meaningless. The riot could be repeated at any time, so, if he wanted to solve this matter completely, he could only eliminate the source. And what was the source of the riot in the tribe? Xuanxu indicated that no matter what it was in the past, it would be the instigation of the chaos demon god now. This would be an internal conflict. To the outside world, he just did not know. These evil gods that suddenly appeared, were they easy to deal with? Chapter 645. In order to solve these problems of the human race, Xuanxu decided to reform the religion. He personally prayed sincerely to the ancestors of heaven and earth, setting an example for the people to sweep away all obscene and evil sacrifices. After that, Xuanxu appointed Nanjingli to be in charge of sacrificing to the heavens to reconcile with the gods. He appointed Beijingli to be in charge of civil affairs to comfort the people, persuade the people to follow the laws of nature to engage in agricultural production, and encourage people to cultivate fields. He strictly prohibited the activities of the people to communicate with the gods through divination, so that the society could return to normal order. Once these measures were implemented, they immediately solved the problems of the human race and calmed the disputes between the major tribes. But there was no doubt that this move fiercely offended the evil gods hidden behind the major tribes of the human race. As chaos demon gods, they didn't know what fear was. Even if Xuanxu was the destined human emperor and the supreme ruler of the primordial world, he could not scare the chaos demon gods. They had been wronged, they would definitely take revenge. Therefore, not long after Xuanxu was sacrificing, evil gods appeared from time to time in the primordial world, causing chaos in the human world, forcing Xuanxu to suppress them. Fortunately, the evil gods that appeared in the early stages were all small characters, the minions of the chaos demon gods. Although there were many of them, their strength was not high. It was very easy to deal with them, and they could not stir up any big waves. Therefore, Xuanxu did not expend any effort to quell the calamity of the evil gods. However, he did not relax because of this. On the contrary, he became even more worried, because he knew that with the character of the chaos demon god, he would not do nothing after suffering such a huge loss. But now there was no fluctuation. It was obvious that he was holding back some big move. This big move must be extremely fatal to the human race. It was because of this that Xuanxu was particularly anxious during that period of time. After all, the threat of the chaos demon god. Who would not be afraid? Even Feng Zichen, after offending the chaos demonic celestial, hid in the boundless starry sky for millions of years, and did not dare to come out. It was not until his life-saving means were upgraded that he dared to continue to stir up trouble. Xuanqiu's worry lasted for thousands of years. Every day, he lived in fear, afraid that the Chaos Demon God would suddenly attack and catch the human race off guard. For this reason, Xuansu pulled his defense to the highest level and was always vigilant of the movements in the void, in case he couldn't react in time when the Chaos Demon God attacked. However, doing so would undoubtedly consume a huge amount of mental energy. In just 10,000 years, Xuanqiu's face showed signs of weariness. He seemed to have aged a lot. Such a situation was almost impossible for a cultivator of Xuansu's level. He was an existence comparable to a half-step primordial chaos expert. He had transcended time and space and stood at the end of the river of time. No matter how much time passed, it couldn't take away even a trace of his time. But even so, he still looked old. From this, it could be seen that in the short 10,000 years, Xuanqiu's mind had been greatly consumed, which had already affected his Taoist body. 10,000 years of high-intensity concentration might not have reached Xuanqiu's limit, but it could not be said that it had no effect on him. The most direct manifestation. Xuanqiu was very tired, very tired. It was also at this moment that Xuanqiu realized that he seemed to have done something stupid. In this world, there was only the principle of being a thief for 1,000 days. There was no such thing as guarding against a thief for 1,000 days. He was waiting here for the Chaos Demon God to come and attack the human clan. If he didn't come, not only would he have wasted his energy, but he would also have wasted a lot of time. Especially in his current situation, it would be fine if the Chaos Demon God didn't come. If he came, it would be wrong if he could only use 80% of his strength. Before the battle, he had already lost half of it. In this case, how could he fight? Being forced to defend meant that the human clan had fallen into a passive state. This was not good. Passive. It was not the style of the human clan. Taking the initiative was. At this moment, Xuanqiu had an idea in his heart. He decided to change his strategy and turn passive into active to seize the initiative. And Xuanqiu's idea was very simple. It was to implement the great plan of heaven and earth isolation. Once heaven and earth isolation succeeded, from then on, humans and gods would be separated. It would be difficult for the powerful to interfere in the primordial world. At that time, if the Chaos Demon God wanted to deal with the human clan, what they would have to face was not the human clan, but the laws of heaven and earth of the entire primordial world. Well, wasn't the Chaos Demon God holding back a big move? This was something that the human clan could not stop. Since that was the case, the human clan would be more straightforward and completely ignore the Chaos Demon God. They only hoped to complete the plan of heaven and earth isolation before the Chaos Demon God attacked. In this way, no matter what methods the Chaos Demon God had, he would not be able to hit the human clan. In this way, wouldn't the crisis of the human clan be resolved? Cutting off all risks from the source was the only way to ensure that everything was fine. Xuanqiu was also a man of action. This was not just as he had an idea in his heart. After a short rest, he directly put it into action. And the first thing he had to do was to calm the disputes between the myriad clans. If he wanted to complete the plan of heaven and earth isolation, at the very least, he had to stabilize the primordial world first. What could be done in the chaotic primordial world? And it was not difficult for Xuanqiu to restore peace to the primordial world. The myriad clans were not the human clan. He did not have so many scruples when attacking them. He could directly use his powerful strength to intimidate them. In the end, the primordial world was still a place where strength spoke. If one was strong, they could do whatever they wanted. Therefore, it was fine if Xuanqiu did not speak. However, once Xuanqiu spoke, the myriad clans that had been in conflict immediately quieted down and did not cause any trouble. For a moment, the chaotic primordial world immediately returned to peace with Zhuanxu's voice. The dignity accumulated by the 4 generations of human emperors had long penetrated into the hearts of the living beings of the myriad clans, causing them to not dare to resist the orders of the human clan. Of course, other than forcefully suppressing them, Zhuanxu also had some gentle methods to calm the disputes between the myriad clans. However, although those methods were gentle, they were too time-consuming. And now, the Chaos Demon God would come at any time. Zhuanxu did not have the time to slowly waste time with the myriad clans. Naturally, he chose the method that would take the shortest time. Since the myriad clans had been calmed, Zhuanxu did not stand on ceremony with them. He directly asked them to send representatives to worship the heavens and earth together to promote the plan of heaven and earth isolation. Heaven and earth isolation. As the name implied, it was to cut off the connection between the heavens and earth. How should one put it? If it was only to restrict ordinary immortals, then this matter would be very simple. There was no need to use the power of the entire myriad clans. Only Zhuanxu alone would be enough. However, from the beginning, the purpose of the plan of heaven and earth isolation was not to restrict ordinary immortals, but all immortals, as well as the high and mighty great divine abilities. After heaven and earth isolation, humans and gods would be separated. This person referred to ordinary living beings and cultivators who had yet to become immortals. And that god referred to the immortal path and all living beings above it. It was naturally very difficult to do this. Not to mention Zhuanxu, even the power of the entire human clan was far from being able to do this. The strength of the great divine abilities could be seen from their means that could destroy the heavens and earth. The difficulty of restricting the power of such figures outside the primordial world could be imagined. It could not be done without integrating the power of the entire primordial world. Therefore, Zhuanxu called upon the myriad clans to worship the heavens and earth together with him to borrow the power of the heavens and earth to promote the implementation of heaven and earth isolation. Without the help of the myriad clans, Zhuanxu could not exert the power of heaven and earth isolation to the greatest extent. Of course, under normal circumstances, even with the help of the myriad clans, it was very difficult for Zhuanxu to do this. After all, the great divine abilities of the primordial world were not made of clay. All of them had extremely good tempers. They could watch Zhuanxu push the heaven and earth isolation to proceed without doing anything. They would definitely be unhappy and would even secretly destroy it. However, that would only happen under normal circumstances. The current situation was obviously not normal, because the heavenly Tao was disappointed in the great divine abilities. The great divine abilities might not be willing to see the heaven and earth isolation, but the heavenly Tao was definitely willing to see it. Zhuanxu's actions were following the heavens. Naturally, the heavens were helping him. How could he fail? If those great divine abilities dared to interfere, they would be going against the heavens and would be punished by the heavens. Especially when their butts were not clean to begin with, if the great divine abilities dared to go against the heavens, the outcome would be even more worrying. And the great divine abilities of the primordial world, were their butts clean? That was obviously not clean. One had to know that during the Great Magi-Demon War, it was not only the ancestral shaman, Di Jun, and Tai Yi who interrupted Mount Buzhou. There were also the contributions of these great divine abilities. To be honest, there were too many great divine abilities at that time. Almost all the famous and unknown great divine abilities of the primordial world were included. This meant that the great divine abilities of the primordial world, one after another, almost all of them were burdened with the crime of destroying the world. How great was the crime of destroying the world? It was enough for those great divine abilities to die thousands of times. Although the heavenly Tao did not settle this matter, because those great divine abilities had acted in time to remedy the situation and made a great contribution in saving the world. However, there was no settlement. It did not mean that this matter was over just like that. The heavenly Tao had always remembered. It was waiting for those great divine abilities to make a mistake and settle the score. The origin of a great divine ability was even greater than a major kiliacosm. If it returned to the world, who knew how many benefits it would bring to the world? The heavenly Tao had been coveting this for a long time. Now he was not afraid that the great divine abilities would make mistakes. Was afraid that they would not make mistakes. Under such circumstances, all the great divine abilities were in danger. How could they dare to easily touch the heavenly Tao's eyebrows? Wouldn't that be giving the heavenly Tao a handle so that they could cause trouble for themselves? Therefore, Feng Zichen concluded Xuanxu's plan to cut off heaven and earth. It could be carried out very smoothly. No one dared to stop it. In the center of the primordial world, the original ruins of Mount Buzhou, where the world tree was now, human Emperor Xuanxu, together with the elders of the human race and the patriarchs of the 10,000 races, was here to sacrifice to heaven and earth. This was the place where Pangu had fallen and transformed into all living things of heaven and earth. It was also the center of the primordial world and the place closest to the origin of heaven and earth. Therefore, this place had become the best place to sacrifice to heaven and earth. Back then, the Magi had sacrificed to Pangu here. In the primordial world, Pangu was greater than heaven and earth. Then, even Pangu could be sacrificed here. It was naturally more than enough to sacrifice to heaven and earth. That was the truth. Not only did the Magi sacrifice to Pangu here, but Di Jun also sacrificed to heaven and earth here when he established the demon race. It could be said that, whenever there was something important to report to heaven and earth, this place was the best choice. Today, Xuanxu wanted to borrow the power of heaven and earth to cut off heaven and earth. Of course, he had to sacrifice to heaven and earth here to get the best response. Around the world tree, in front of the nothingness realm, Xuanxu gathered the power of 10,000 races, gathered the earth of the primordial world, and fused the blood of all living beings to create a 9-colored altar to sacrifice to heaven and earth. The heavenly Tao is above. Today, Xuanxu of the human race has sensed that on the primordial world, humans and gods live together and invade each other, causing the earth to lose its order and the world to lose its order. Therefore, Xuanxu specially led the 10,000 races to plead with the heavenly Tao and use supreme methods to cut off heaven and earth, causing humans and gods to be separated and not invade each other. May the heavenly Tao be the judge. In front of the 9-colored altar, Xuanxu said respectfully, "What? Cut off heaven and earth?" It was also at this time that the patriarchs of the 10,000 races knew the purpose of Xuanxu coming here to sacrifice to heaven and earth. All of a sudden, their expressions all changed. Cut off heaven and earth, no matter how they looked at it. It was not a good thing for the 10,000 races. Therefore, if Xuanxu told the 10,000 races in advance, they would definitely not agree. Who knew what kind of trouble they would cause? Considering this, Xuanxu thought about it and decided not to tell the patriarchs of the 10,000 races about this matter. He directly called them over to sacrifice to heaven and earth. In this way, once it was an established fact. Even if the 10,000 races wanted to go back on their word, it was too late. In fact, it was indeed the case. The patriarchs of the 10,000 races felt that it was difficult to get off the tiger. If they had known Xuanxu's purpose, they would not have come even if they were beaten to death. But now they were already here. It would be difficult for them to leave now. Especially at this moment, when things had already reached the final step, they could not leave. If they left now, not to mention how Xuanxu would take revenge on them later. Just say that the heavenly Tao in the sky would not let them off now. It would definitely let them know the consequences of using the heavenly Tao. When one's cultivation reached the Tai Jinxian, they could be considered to have obtained the Tao. They could sense the existence of the heavenly Tao in the unseen world. And to be able to become the leader of a clan, their strength was at least at the late stage of the Tai Jinxian realm. Therefore, the patriarchs of the 10,000 races could clearly sense that after Zhuanxu's sacrifice, the heavenly Tao was getting more and more excited. Didn't the heavenly Tao's performance mean that Zhuanxu's actions were in accordance with the heavens? In this case, how could the patriarchs of the 10,000 races dare to leave just like that? Wouldn't that offend the heavenly Tao? Compared to the great divinities, the Tai Jinxian was undoubtedly more afraid of the heavenly Tao. That was because the great divinities had the ability to fall out with the heavenly Tao. If the great divinities were really forced into a corner, they would really dare to perish together with the heavens and earth. As for primordial unity golden immortals, it was obvious that they could not do that. Therefore, with their low strength, they could only be at the mercy of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 646. Resist? It was impossible to resist. Even if he was courting death, this was not the way to find it. Therefore, at this point, no matter how unwilling the patriarchs of the myriad races were, they did not dare to leave just like that. They could only brace themselves and cooperate with Zhuanxu to worship heaven and earth, to please the heavenly Tao. I hope the heavenly Tao will be enlightened. In front of the 9-colored altar, the patriarchs of the myriad races suppressed the unwillingness in their hearts and pretended to be pious as they shouted behind Zhuanxu. Rumble. The moment the myriad races bowed, a 9-colored brilliance bloomed on the altar and surged into the sky. That was the power of sacrifice. The moment the power of sacrifice rushed into the depths of heaven and earth, an inexplicable change occurred in the primordial world. Endless phenomena appeared, covering the sky and the sun. This was the manifestation of the human path. The myriad races. In addition to the human race, almost all the living beings in the primordial world were sacrificing to heaven and earth together. The first to be alarmed was naturally the human path that was closely related to it, not the high and mighty heavenly Tao. Rumble. The manifestation of the human path was accompanied by endless power. The resplendent human path radiance scattered across the entire primordial world, illuminating the hearts of everyone. Has the human path manifested? It seems that the absolute heaven and earth is about to begin. On Ziwei Star, Feng Zichen looked at the changes in the primordial world and said silently. At the same time, he quietly released his spiritual will to envelop the entire primordial world to prevent the Chaos Demon God from suddenly attacking and ruining the plan of the human race. To be enemies with the heavens. The powerful beings did not dare to. The living beings of the primordial world did not dare to. But the Chaos Demon God definitely dared to. Therefore, the Chaos Demon God had to be guarded against. As for whether it would affect Feng Zichen after the absolute heaven and earth, it definitely would not. He was the great of Ziwei, the supreme ruler of heaven and earth, one of the supreme rulers of the primordial world. How could a mere absolute heaven and earth restrain him? In fact, not only Feng Zichen, but also the other 4 heavenly gods, as well as the top existences who occupied the karmic rank of heaven and earth, would not be restricted by the absolute heaven and earth. In the end, the absolute heaven and earth was pushed by the primordial world, and the top existences with the karmic rank of heaven and earth were all chosen spokespersons of heaven and earth. They were their own people. Since that was the case, why would the restrictions of heaven and earth target their own people? Of course, it was ineffective. Rumble. Human Tao appeared. An endless amount of mighty power descended upon them. Driven by the power of sacrifice, they gathered at the intersection of heaven and earth, forming a vast ocean of human Tao. That place was filled with the radiance of humanity. It was like a natural chasm that forcefully cut off the connection between heaven and earth. You can see that, as the ocean of human Tao appeared, the connection between heaven and earth was completely severed. Under the obstruction of the ocean of human Tao, no living being could cross this boundary. Heaven and earth, it was really separated. Damn it! Below the nine-colored altar, when the myriad tribe leaders saw this scene, they were filled with hatred in their hearts. However, they had no choice but to pretend to be happy on the surface. It was truly unbearable. Originally, the ancestor was forced to go to the heaven realm. This was enough to make the myriad race patriarchs vexed. But with Xuanxu doing this, they immediately gave up. Before the connection between heaven and earth was cut off, although the ancestor was in the heaven realm, if something happened in the clan, the ancestor could rush back at any time. However, with the success of the heaven and earth separation, everything was different. If the ancestor wanted to return to the clan, it would not be so simple. The price he had to pay would definitely be extremely shocking. In this way, it was equivalent to the myriad race losing their greatest trump card. In this way, how could the myriad race patriarchs not hate? Just as the myriad race patriarchs were feeling resentful. In the primordial world, an unforeseen event happened again. Rumble. After that human Tao, the heavenly Tao appeared with a loud bang. Endless majesty covered the entire primordial world, causing people's hearts to tremble. Swish, 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 the heavenly Tao appeared, and the myriad Tao rumbled. Endless laws spread out and gathered at the intersection of heaven and earth. Outside the ocean of human Tao, an even more vast and boundless sea was formed. A sea formed entirely of laws. A sea of laws. What? Seeing this scene, not to mention the living beings of the primordial world, even the powerful beings were alarmed and could not help but exclaim, "Such power!" It was enough to threaten them. Previously, although the appearance of the ocean of human Tao was spectacular, what kind of powerful beings were they? They had already asked the existence of Tao seeking. The level of life had long undergone a transformation and sublimated to the level of Tao, breaking free from the restrictions of human Tao. Therefore, although the ocean of human Tao was strong, it did not have a great impact on them. However, the sea of laws was different. Unless they could ignore the laws, they would be affected by him. In other words, with the appearance of the sea of laws, even the powerful beings would find it difficult to manifest in the primordial world. This point made it difficult for the powerful beings to tolerate. The primordial world was their birthplace. It was already humiliating enough that they were forced to leave. Now, their path of return was cut off. They had really gone too far. Did they really think that the powerful beings had no temper? Thinking of this, the powerful beings were really furious. They did not care about defying the heavens or not and were about to directly interrupt the formation of the Sea of Laws. As for the punishment of the heavenly Tao after the incident, they really did not care. Because there were really too many powerful beings born in the primordial world. They occupied almost 90% of the powerful beings in the primordial world. This power, even the heavenly Tao could not underestimate it. The law could not punish the masses. As long as there were enough powerful beings, it could make the heavenly Tao have misgivings and not dare to pursue this matter. Dealing with a powerful being. It was not difficult for the heavenly Tao, but 10 or 100 of them were enough to give the heavenly Tao a headache. Therefore, the powerful beings with such thoughts were not worried about the heavenly Tao's punishment at all. When they attacked, they had no scruples. Rumble. In the sky. All kinds of great Tao manifestations. They bloomed with shocking phenomena. A boundless pressure spread out. That was the fluctuation when the powerful beings attacked. Their strength was too strong. With a thought, they could create and destroy countless worlds. Once they attacked, they moved with the power of heaven and earth. F***ck. Feng Zichen, who was on guard against the Chaos Demon God, did not wait for the Chaos Demon God to attack. Instead, He waited for the powerful beings behind him to attack. He was really shocked. Everyone joined forces. Even he did not dare to take it head-on. Not to mention the sea of laws that had yet to take shape. It would probably be blown up by everyone on the spot. Fellow Taoists, please calm down. In a moment of desperation, Feng Zichen advised the crowd. Your Majesty, don't say anything. The heavenly Tao is really too much of a bully. Poor Wei and the others have followed his instructions and left the primordial world. But even so, he still refuses to let the matter rest. Today, he wants to use the hands of all living beings in the primordial world to set up the sea of laws to cut off poor Wei and the others' hopes of returning to the primordial world. He's really too much of a bully. Therefore, poor Wei and the others must seek an explanation today, so that the heavenly Tao knows that we are not to be bullied. As soon as Feng Zichen finished speaking, he heard a powerful being shout angrily. In the hearts of the great mystical ability users, they were truly wronged to death. They felt that the goal of the heavenly Tao was not to isolate the world, but purely to deal with them. Otherwise, why did it still want to seal the connection between the world after they retreated from the primordial world? Wasn't it cutting off their retreat? It was their retreat that gave the heavenly Tao the feeling that they were easy to bully. Therefore, this time, they wanted to teach the heavenly Tao a lesson so that it knew that the powerful beings were not easy to bully. As for the fact that the human race was behind this matter, why didn't they blame the human race? That was very simple. How could they not know what the human race was capable of? Without the tacit consent of the heavenly Tao, even 10 more humans would not be able to change the primordial world. Hearing this, Feng Zichen was speechless. He did not expect that the powerful beings were angry because of this reason. However, after knowing the reason, the matter was easy to resolve. Fellow Taoists, please calm down. You are all virtuous people who have contributed to the primordial world. How can the heavenly Tao force you like this? How can it make you unable to return to the ancestral land? Let's continue to watch. The heavenly Tao will definitely not disappoint you. Shaking his head and smiling, Feng Zichen said to everyone. Fellow Taoist, are you serious? Zhen Yuanzi, who had a good relationship with Feng Zichen, could not help but ask. If it was not for the fact that he had no choice. He did not want to be enemies with the heavenly Tao. Fellow Taoists, what kind of status do I have? How can I deceive you? Hearing this, Feng Zichen smiled faintly and directly raised the Ziwei star. Immediately, the Ziwei star shone brightly, making it difficult for everyone to open their eyes for a moment. It was also at this moment that everyone remembered the identity of the person in front of them. Ziwei the Great was the most noble person from the primordial world. He was from the same sect as the heavenly Tao and was the Lord of Heaven and Earth. He was the direct descendant of Pangu. His guarantee was indeed very important. Besides, even if I deceived you, it's not too late for you to make a move. It's just a matter of time. Why don't you wait for a while and see the results before making a decision? Seeing that everyone was hesitating, Feng Zichen struck while the iron was hot and continued. All right. In that case, poor Wei and the others will listen to your Majesty and wait for a while to see what the heavenly Tao's purpose is. When everyone heard this, they nodded and gave their orders. Waiting for a while would not delay much time. They could just see the final result. If they were dissatisfied, with everyone joining forces, even the primordial world could be destroyed, let alone a mere heaven and earth isolation. Strong strength. That was how confident he was. Seeing that everyone had retracted their supernatural powers, Feng Zichen breathed a sigh of relief and accompanied everyone to observe the evolution of the heaven and earth isolation. Rumble. Without the interference of the great divinities. Soon, the Sea of Law was completely formed. It joined forces with the Sea of Human Tao and completely separated the connection between heaven and earth. At this moment, Under the combined isolation of the power of the heavenly Tao and the power of the human Tao, the heaven realm and the primordial world could be said to be two different worlds. The people of the heaven realm could not go to the earth. The people on the earth could not go to the heaven realm either. It was as if they were two unrelated worlds. Heaven and earth isolation. It was thorough enough. It directly separated the heaven realm and the earth into two different worlds. Your Majesty, is this the ultimate goal of the heavenly Tao? In that case, do you have anything else to say? Outside the world, a great divinity suppressed his anger and questioned Feng Zichen. Regarding this result, they were very dissatisfied. Ha! Fellow Taoist, don't be anxious. Look. With a smile, Feng Zichen stretched out his palm and grabbed at the boundless starry sky. Immediately, endless starlight bloomed and turned into strands of sparkling ribbons that directly inserted into the sea of law. At the same time, the heavenly Tao trembled inexplicably. Strands of purple aura spread out from his body and gradually merged with the sparkling ribbons formed by the starlight. For a moment, in the sea of law, starlight was resplendent, and the Tao light was sparkling. They were entangled with each other, releasing endless mysteries. At this moment, seeing this scene, the great divinities seemed to have vaguely understood something. Changes were still continuing, after an unknown amount of time. The starlight and the Tao light gradually merged into one, forming special Tao lights that looked like ribbons. Buzz buzz buzz. Inexplicable Tao runes were emitted from the Tao light, resonating with heaven and earth. Mysterious runes were derived and imprinted in heaven and earth. The Tao light was resplendent and mysterious. With its appearance, the power of the sea of law actually began to slowly weaken. Soon, under the influence of this Tao light, a passageway appeared between heaven and earth again. However, this passageway, it only existed near the Tao light. This power, it's so familiar, it seems. A great divinity looked at the Tao light rippling in the sea of law, frowned, and said with some doubt. He seemed to have seen this Tao light there. Guiding divine light. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ear, reminding him of the origin of this light. This was Feng Zichen's voice. Yes, it's the guiding divine light. Poor Wei once felt a similar aura on fellow Taoist Jieyin. After being awakened by someone, that person said excitedly, "Guiding divine light. The light of all living beings." The only ability of this light, as the name implied, was to guide. Once the guiding divine light was released, it could guide everything. Of course, that was the highest level of guiding divine light. The guiding divine light here was obviously not at this level. Its ability was relatively simple, and it could only guide immortals. This light is called the guiding divine light. It is formed by combining the power of the stars and the power of the heavenly Tao. It is different from the guiding divine light on the saint. It is not used to illuminate all living beings, but to guide immortals. Under the suppression of the sea of law, the laws on the primordial land have been compressed to the extreme. They no longer tolerate existences above the golden immortal. In other words, once someone displays the power above the golden immortal, they will be sensed by the sea of law and be guided to the heaven realm by the guiding divine light inside. They are not allowed to stay on the ground. Feng Zichen casually grabbed a wisp of guiding divine light and explained to everyone. It was a very simple principle. Under the influence of the guiding divine light, the sea of law did not target anyone. It only targeted the power above the golden immortal. As long as the power you displayed was not higher than the golden immortal, then no matter what realm you were in, you could stay in the primordial land. But once your power exceeded the golden immortal, then sorry, no matter who you were, you would be forcefully sent to the heaven realm by the guiding divine light. Chapter 647. The heavenly Tao has really put in a lot of effort. After a moment of silence, the group of powerful beings said in an inexplicable tone. Their words were already very clear. As long as they suppressed their strength below that of Tai Jinxian in the future, the Sea of Laws would not have the slightest effect on them. They could do whatever they wanted in the primordial world. The conditions had already been given. If they violated it and displayed strength comparable to Tai Jinxian, then don't blame the heavenly Tao for being merciless and forcefully bringing them out of the primordial world. Fellow Taoists, you are all virtuous people. I think you should understand the painstaking efforts of the heavenly Tao to protect the primordial world. No wonder the heavenly Tao is so serious. It's really because the tragedy that happened previously was too horrifying. Seeing that everyone was gradually accepting the facts in front of them, Feng Zichen said hypocritically, "What painstaking efforts of the heavenly Tao!" This plan was clearly planned by him. The heavenly Tao was just pushing the boat with the current. But now, in order to get himself out of it, Feng Zichen simply took advantage of the opportunity when everyone did not understand the specific situation and directly threw the blame on the heavenly Tao. It was no wonder that Feng Zichen was like this. It was really so big that only the heavenly Tao could take the blame. Anyway, he could not afford to take the blame. The separation of heaven and earth was undoubtedly a great thing for the primordial world. However, once this move was successful, it would definitely offend all the experts of the primordial world. Even if Feng Zichen boasted that he had countless trump cards, he would not dare to do such a thing. Therefore, he was afraid that others would discover that he was the one who planned all of this behind the scenes. Of course, he had to throw all the blame away before the incident happened. And the best candidate to take the blame, who else could it be other than the heavenly Tao? First of all, the heavenly Tao was strong enough. Other than Pangu, he was the strongest. Secondly, the heavenly Tao did not know how to speak. Even if he knew that Feng Zichen had thrown the blame on him, he would not take the initiative to explain all of this to the powerful beings. It was probably disdain. Finally, he did not have to worry about his revenge after throwing the blame on the heavenly Tao. That was because this was according to his intentions. If the heavenly Tao took revenge on Feng Zichen because of this, who would dare to work for him in the future? Your Majesty is right. Laughing awkwardly, the group of powerful beings said embarrassedly. Feng Zichen's words. It really made them unable to accept it. Who was the heavenly Tao guarding against? It was all because of them, the great magics. If the magi and demons had not gone overboard back then and shattered the primordial world, causing the heavenly Tao to be afraid, so many things would not have happened. The group of great mystic powers thought in their hearts as they were filled with regret. If they had known what was going to happen today, they wouldn't have stood aside and watched the battle between the liches and demons. Instead, they would have stepped forward to stop it. They believed that as long as they dissuaded them in time, the liches and demons would not fight at all. Moreover, even if they were to fight, the scale wouldn't be that big. At the very least, they could persuade people to fight in the chaos beyond the heavens. Not to mention how regretful everyone was. After Feng Zichen finished speaking, no one doubted his words. From this, it could be seen that Feng Zichen had successfully shifted the blame. That's right. Such an offending thing. Who would have thought that it was proposed by a human and not the heavenly Tao itself? Even if someone suspected that this method was thought of by a human, they would not suspect Feng Zichen. After all, everyone knew that great Emperor Ziwei had a promising future. He could cultivate to the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian while staying at home. Why would he do such a thing as digging his own grave? What was the difference between becoming enemies with a group of great mystic powers and ending one's own future? No one believed that Feng Zichen would be so unwise. Fellow Taoists, after the separation of heaven and earth, there will definitely be a great change in the primordial world. In my opinion, we should return to our respective dojos and observe the changes in heaven and earth. Seeing everyone's expressions, Feng Zichen knew that his plan to shift the blame to the heavenly Tao had completely succeeded. He could not help but be overjoyed. However, his expression did not change. He still advised everyone unhurriedly. Yes, Poor Wei and the others will leave now. Go back and experience the changes in heaven and earth with your heart to deal with the future changes in the primordial world. After Feng Zichen finished speaking, everyone seemed to have found a way out and left one after another. If they continued to stay here, it would be too awkward. They felt as if they were being targeted by the heavenly Tao. It was better to leave quickly. As for the matter of blocking the separation of heaven and earth, no one mentioned it at all. The sincerity of the heavenly Tao. It was already very obvious. If they raised an objection at this time, wouldn't it be obvious that they had a guilty conscience? Otherwise, why would they object? What were they trying to do by displaying the combat strength of a great mystic powers in the primordial world? At this moment, regardless of whether they had a guilty conscience or not, once they raised it, it would be like yellow mud falling into their pants. It would be shit even if it wasn't shit. They would definitely be remembered by the heavenly Tao. Therefore, no one dared to object. They all left in a hurry. Sigh. This matter, it's considered over, right? After everyone left, Feng Zichen let out a long sigh of relief and completely relaxed. Back then, when he formulated the plan to separate heaven and earth, he was only thinking about the benefits to the primordial world and even the human race. He had forgotten that this was a job that would offend people. At that time, he didn't think much of it. Now that he thought about it, he was really scared. Those were all the great mystic powers in the primordial world. If he was not careful, if he was hated by all the great mystic powers, he might suddenly disappear. Although Feng Zichen was powerful, almost no one in the primordial world could do anything to him. However, how many of the great mystic powers who could live until today were easy to deal with? Even the remnant spirit of the Chaos Demon God was killed by them. Not only did they fail to possess him, but they also swallowed him and became nutrients for his growth. From this, one could see how extraordinary the methods of the great mystic powers were. If he was targeted by them, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. How could Feng Zichen not be afraid? Fortunately, he was witty and threw the blame on the heavenly Tao in time, saving a big trouble for the future. If he didn't mention it today, this matter would be over. Even if the great mystic powers reacted in the future, with the endorsement of the heavenly Tao, this matter would be ridiculous. Heaven and earth have been separated. The situation of the primordial world is about to change. After taking a deep look at the void of the primordial world, Feng Zichen turned around and returned to the Ziwei star. Not long after he returned to the Ziwei star, the endless rules in the primordial world slowly changed. Rumble. Endless Tao runes scattered out and scattered into the primordial world, causing inexplicable changes. The first to bear the brunt was naturally the world tree that stood between heaven and earth. Crash. The void cracked open silently, and the origin of heaven and earth flowed out of the huge crack. Like a waterfall, it poured onto the world tree. And the origin of heaven and earth, for the world tree, it was the best nourishment for growth. Few, after absorbing the origin of heaven and earth, the world tree grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it grew taller. Rumble. Rumble. A huge rumble resounded throughout the entire primordial world. It was the sound of the heaven realm. It was constantly rising, and the distance between it and the primordial world was getting farther and farther. It was pushed up by the world tree. The world tree stood tall, and its crown held up the entire heaven realm. And now, as the world tree rose, the heaven realm above it would naturally be affected and rise with it. This was the beginning of the changes in the primordial world. Every time the heaven realm rose a little, the rules of the primordial world changed a little. It was still all right. Compared to before, although there were some differences, there were not many changes. However, the space-time laws of the entire world, and even the great Tao of space-time, underwent earth-shaking changes as the distance between the heaven realm and the primordial world continued to increase. The flow of time between the heaven realm and the earth gradually became unequal. To be precise, the flow of time in the heaven realm gradually slowed down. Compared to the primordial world, it seemed to be twice as slow. In other words, 2 days in the primordial world was only 1 day in the heaven realm. Moreover, this ratio wasn't fixed either. As the distance between the heaven realm and the primordial world increased, it was constantly changing. It was getting bigger and bigger. In short, this change could not be completed in a short period of time. It would take a long time to evolve. It would not stop until it reached a threshold. Not long after the separation of heaven and earth, the restrictions between heaven and earth naturally appeared in everyone's minds, allowing them to understand everything. Tai Jinxian level power is not allowed to appear? After hearing this news, the patriarchs of the myriad clans clearly heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that they did not completely cut off the connection between heaven and earth. This way they would have a way out. Huh! Wait, below Tai Jinxian, Gold Immortal? Damn it! The human race is really good. After a while, some people seemed to have thought of something and could not help but snort coldly. The heavenly Tao was fair. It would not deliberately favor that race. Therefore, the restriction that did not allow power above the gold immortal level to appear was targeted at all living beings in the primordial world, including the human race. From this, it could be seen that the human race's actions were quite self-defeating. However, from another perspective, one would realize that this restriction was extremely biased towards the human race. That was because, in the primordial world, the human race had the most gold immortals. After all, the human race had a larger base. Perhaps it was difficult for them to produce any experts, but with the resources of the entire primordial world, it was easy for them to produce mid to low-end experts like gold immortals. Therefore, after millions of years, there were not many Daluo Jinxian and not many Tai Jinxian of the human race. However, there were definitely countless gold immortals. Even if all the gold immortal experts of the myriad clans were added together, they would probably not be as many as the human race. This was nothing in the past. However, after the separation of heaven and earth, the existence of the gold immortal level leaped to the top of the primordial world. The benefits that the human race, which had the most gold immortals in the primordial world, received could be imagined. They could sweep through the myriad clans. Thinking of this, how could the patriarchs of the myriad clans' faces not be ugly? This was simply the heavens and earth helping the human race. However, they did not have the chance to reason it out. Saying that the heavenly Tao was unfair? Were they blind? Didn't they see that the heavenly Tao treated everyone equally and restricted them as it wished? Not to mention the human race, even the powerful beings were restricted by it. In this way, who could say that the heavenly Tao was unfair? The myriad clans were inferior to the human race. They could only say that they were useless and could not compete with others. They could not blame others. Your Majesty, we still have important matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave first. The more they thought about it, the more aggrieved they felt. The experts of the myriad clans really did not want to stay here any longer. Looking at the happy and smug faces of the humans, they immediately bid farewell to Zhuanxu. At this moment, they did not intend to, nor did they dare to, fuss over the matter of Zhuanxu tricking them to come here to worship the heavens and earth. Since you have something to do and have left, I won't hold you back. Zhuanxu was indeed in the wrong for what happened today. In the future, I will definitely give you a big gift to apologize to you. Zhuanxu could naturally think of what the patriarchs of the myriad clans could think of, and he thought even further. Therefore, he was extremely happy in his heart. He did not care about the attitude of the patriarchs of the myriad clans and directly said, At the same time, he also apologized to everyone. I wouldn't dare. Even if your Majesty didn't say it, we would have taken the initiative to rush over when we found out about such a major event that has contributed to the primordial world. How could we blame your Majesty for this matter? Seeing Xuanqu's smug expression, everyone was extremely annoyed. However, they did not dare to show it on their faces. They all said with a righteous expression. At this time, the matter had already been done. It was useless to be upset and regretful. Instead, it would make others look down on them. It was better to act righteous in exchange for a good reputation. It's good that you understand, fellow Taoists. Xuanqu smiled and did not expose everyone's thoughts. He echoed from the side. He had already taken all the advantage. Why couldn't he let others have a taste of their mouths? It was fine to be smug, but they could not forget themselves. In this way, after a few pleasantries, the patriarchs of the myriad clans left one after another. You guys are still too naive. Since the human race dares to push the plan of separating heaven and earth, how can they not have any backup plans? You guys, you think too simply of the human race. After the figures of the patriarchs of the myriad clans completely disappeared, Xuanqu's face could not help but reveal a strange smile. There was one thing. He did not tell the patriarchs of the myriad clans. That was, the restrictions of the heavenly Tao did not affect him. He could still exert the strength of a half-step primordial chaos. He did not have to worry about being taken away by the guiding divine light. Moreover, it was not just him. Even the other elders and ministers of the human race were not affected in the slightest. To be precise, any existence that was protected by the luck of the human race. Their strength would not be affected by the heavenly Tao. Thinking about it, it made sense. As the protagonist of heaven and earth, how could the human race not have privileges? Otherwise, what was the purpose of the title of the protagonist of the myriad clans fighting for the world? Wasn't it all for the unique treatment? And not being restricted by the heavenly Tao was one of the privileges of the human race. What was the protagonist of heaven and earth? That was the symbol of the orthodoxy of heaven and earth. Since it was the orthodoxy of heaven and earth, then the position conferred by the human race was equivalent to obtaining the approval of heaven and earth. It was a kind of karmic position, so naturally, it would not be restricted by the heavenly Tao. Of course. However, this was not an unlimited amount of resources. Chapter 648. The so-called conferment of the human emperor mainly relied on the destiny of the human race. However, the destiny of the human race was not unchanged. It would change with the change of the human emperor. In other words, the conferment of the human emperor had a time limit. A generation of emperors and ministers. After the change of the human emperor, unless the new emperor still conferred the positions of those ministers, they would no longer be protected by the destiny of the human race and lose the ability to break the restrictions of the heavenly Tao. Golden Immortal was their limit. Thinking about it, this was normal. The human emperor was only the human emperor after all, not the celestial emperor. If his power was not limited, where would the celestial emperor be? In the end, the most supreme ruler of the primordial world was still the celestial emperor. His power was permanent. The human emperor was just a weakened version of the celestial emperor. His status was only comparable to the 4 heavenly emperors. After today, the rise of the human race is inevitable. There will be no opponents in the primordial world. The myriad races will be completely crippled. The day when the human race redefines humanity is not far away. Secretly clenching his fists, Xuanqu thought excitedly. The dream that countless martyrs of the human race had been looking forward to day and night would be realized in his hands. What an exciting scene! Everyone, it's time to leave. After a long while, Zhuanxu finally calmed down and spoke to the crowd with a calm expression on his face. "Yes, Your Majesty." The elders of the human race responded in unison and left with Emperor Zhuanxu, returning to the human race. At this point, the primordial world regained its peace. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, more than 300,000 years had passed. During these 300,000 years, Feng Zichen was not idle. He was still vigilant and carefully observed the movements of the primordial world to prevent the Chaos Demon God from suddenly attacking. Although the Sea of Laws was strong, it could not stop the existence of the primordial chaos level. Even the powerful ones could not stop it. The reason why he could make the powerful ones afraid was not because he was strong, but because of the deterrence of the heavenly Tao. His existence indicated the attitude of the heavenly Tao. The powerful ones did not dare to defy the heavens, so they were naturally afraid of him. And the deterrence of the heavenly Tao to the chaos demon gods, that was simply **t. Since when did the chaos demonic gods need to worry about the heavenly Tao? Shouldn't they do whatever they want? Therefore, the Sea of Laws couldn't stop the chaos demon god. Of course, this did not mean that the Sea of Law was completely useless. At the very least, he could obstruct the Chaos Fiend God when he attacked. The Sea of Law covered the boundary between heaven and earth. If the Chaos Demonic God attacked the untainted land from the outside, he would not be able to avoid this place. He was the first to bear the brunt. With the Chaos Fiend God's power, which far exceeded that of ordinary primordial Chaos Tao Masters, the Sea of Laws would definitely not be able to withstand it and would be blasted into pieces. However, no matter what, the Sea of Laws was established by the heavenly Tao to isolate the primordial world. No matter how useless it was, it still had some prestige. Although it couldn't block the attack of the Chaos Demon God, it could still serve as a buffer. Even if this buffer time was only 1/10,000th of an instant. However, this 1/10,000th of an instant was enough for the heavenly Tao and many great divine abilities to react and intercept in time. What was the most terrifying thing about the Chaos Demon God? It was not their terrifying strength. Although their strength was indeed terrifying, this was the most terrifying thing. The most frightening thing about him was his elusive figure. The Chaos Demon God was very strong, but the heavenly Tao was not weak either. If they really fought, the Chaos Demon God would definitely not be a match for the heavenly Tao. However, the Chaos Demon God was not a fool. Why would they fight head-on with the heavenly Tao? Hiding in the dark, jumping out to cause trouble from time to time, that was the best choice. Yes, in fact, that was what the Chaos Demon God did. Every time there was a major change in the untainted land, they would jump out to cause trouble, which was extremely annoying. Especially, when everyone was unprepared, the demon god of chaos suddenly appeared and attacked the untainted land fiercely. That was the most terrible thing. Because no one could guard against that. No one could be sure when the chaos demon god would choose to attack. An invisible enemy was the scariest. But with the Sea of Law, everything was different. No matter when the Chaos Demon God chose to attack, he could not bypass the Sea of Law. Once he attacked, he would definitely be sensed by it. And this gave everyone time to react. The Chaos Demon God, who was no longer elusive, was much easier to deal with. Making the Chaos Demon God turn from light to darkness was another great effect of the Sea of Law in addition to isolating heaven and earth. Maintaining vigilance for a long time was a huge burden for Zhuanxu, but for Feng Zichen, who had a perfect mind, there was no burden at all. To be precise, from the moment his mind was perfect, he had been in a state of vigilance. This was one of the symbols of the primordial chaos realm, merging with heaven and earth, merging with the great Tao, observing all things with one's heart. Strange! Why hasn't the Chaos Demon God made a move yet? This is not like the Chaos Demon God in my memory. When did they become so tolerant? Could it be that? What's wrong with them? After waiting for a long time for the Chaos Demon God to make a move, Feng Zichen could not help but mutter in his heart. It had been 300,000 years, not to mention the Chaos Demon God taking revenge. They had not even shown their faces, and there was no news of them in the primordial world. It was as if all the Chaos Demon Gods suddenly disappeared collectively. This was very abnormal. The Chaos Demon God did not show up for a long time. Either he was holding back some big move to give the primordial world a ruthless blow, or there was something wrong with them internally, so they had no time to attack the primordial world. However, something happened to the Chaos Demon Gods collectively. Was this possible? In theory, Feng Zichen should be more inclined to the first possibility. But in fact, Feng Zichen vaguely felt that the second situation was more likely to happen. If it were in the past, he would definitely think that the second situation was nonsense. The Chaos Demon Gods. How could something happen to them collectively? Wasn't this nonsense? Who could have such great ability to cause something to happen to them together? However, connecting it to the recent attack of Pangu, Feng Zichen could not help but wonder if Pangu had seriously injured all the Chaos Demon Gods when he had manifested last time, which was why they could not continue to stir up trouble in the primordial world. Otherwise, why didn't they attack? They didn't even show their faces? The more he thought about it, the more Feng Zichen felt that this was very likely. Thinking about it, news about the Chaos Demon God. When did it begin to disappear? Wasn't it after Pangu made his move? Didn't all of this mean that this matter had something to do with Pangu? It couldn't be that Pangu would attack the Chaos Demon Gods for no reason, right? There had to be a reason, and suppressing the development of the Chaos Demon Gods so as to give the great mediums of the primordial world a chance to catch up, wasn't that the best reason? After all, the cultivation of the Chaos Demon Gods was called recovery of cultivation. The cultivation of the great mediums was to break through the realm. The difficulty of the two sides was completely different. If nothing went wrong, the great mediums couldn't catch up with the Chaos Demon Gods in terms of cultivation progress. Therefore, at this time, they needed to cheat for the great mediums or increase the difficulty for the Chaos Demon Gods to prevent the strength of the Chaos Demon Gods from surpassing the great mediums too much, causing an imbalance between the two sides. No matter what, the forces of the primordial world had to surpass the Chaos Demon God. Even if they couldn't surpass them, at the very least, they should reach a subtle balance. Otherwise, if the gap between the two sides was too big, how could the great mediums play? It wouldn't be long before the entire primordial world would be swallowed by the Chaos Demon Gods. It was probably because of this consideration that Pangu chose to attack the Chaos Demon God. Thinking about it, the Chaos Demon Gods did not appear for a long time. It was not difficult to understand. Father God is Father God. He thinks more thoroughly than others. It's really hard for the Chaos Demon Gods. It was not easy for him to get freedom. Before he could have a good time, he was targeted by Pangu again. It's really miserable. Feng Zichen, who imagined all this, couldn't help but feel sympathy for the Chaos Demon Gods. No one would be happy to encounter such a terrible thing. As for whether his guess was accurate or not, Feng Zichen felt that it should be close to the mark. Even if there was a mistake, it wouldn't be too big. That was because the strength of the Chaos Demon Gods should be suppressed. Look, the Chaos Demon Gods had just been released, and there were already more than 20 Daluo Jinxian of primordial chaos on the surface, which had long surpassed the primordial world by a lot. And this was only on the surface. Who knew how many more were hidden in the dark? If they were not suppressed, how could the great mediums of the primordial world fight with the Chaos Demon Gods? In the end, he was still suppressed by them. At that time, it was not certain who had the final say in the primordial world. In the face of such a situation, Feng Zichen pushed others. He felt that if he were Pangu, he would definitely limit the strength of the Chaos Demon gods to give the great mediums a chance to surpass them. Sigh. Father God is too much. He made a move without telling us. We are guessing here and there and can't figure out his purpose. Feng Zichen sighed and said with emotion. Pangu's move directly interrupted the current rhythm of the primordial world. He didn't know how many changes it would cause. What an eventful time! However, he was about to break through, and what he needed the most was stability. At this time, there were unknown changes in the primordial world. Wouldn't it give him a headache? As for his guess, it was easy to verify. As long as the next time the Chaos Demon gods made a move, he would be able to tell whether it was true or not. If the strength of the Chaos Demon gods did not increase much compared to before, then there was no doubt that they must have been affected by Pangu. On the contrary, if their strength had undergone an earth-shattering change, it meant that Feng Zichen's guess was wrong, and Pangu's attack should be somewhere else. That was the real trouble, because oftentimes the unknown was the most frightening. 300,000 years was enough for too many things to happen. Especially for the current human race, there were changes every year, let alone 300,000 years. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was earth-shattering, after cutting off heaven and earth. Except for some clansmen who did not want to stay in the human world and chose to ascend to the heaven realm, most of the experts of the human race chose to enter the heavenly palace and stay in the human world to protect the human race. Of course, one had to admit that in a sense, the future of going to the heaven realm was indeed more promising than staying in the human race. After all, the heaven realm had become the center of the primordial world. It gathered the luck of the entire primordial world, and even the endless big, small, and medium worlds. It also gathered countless experts. Compared to the heaven realm, the heavenly palace of the human race could not compare to the heaven realm except for the fact that it was on par with him in terms of spiritual energy. Building a cart behind closed doors. How could it be compared to brainstorming? How could one know the vastness of the world if one did not see the vastness of the world? To be honest, if the human experts stayed in the human race and did not go to the heaven realm, it would not be a good thing. As time passed, they would gradually be abandoned by the times and fall behind others. However, from another point of view, it was precisely because of these experts that the human race's position as the overlord of the primordial world was established. It was hard to say whether the choice was good or bad. Of course, it was impossible for Feng Zichen to not see such an obvious drawback. In his heart, he already had a solution. One had to know that the goal of the human race was to surpass the shamans and demons. In order to achieve this goal, Feng Zichen had paid a huge price. Now, seeing that the human race had just shown signs of rising and had the possibility of catching up with the shamans and demons, how could he allow such a thing to drag the human race down? Therefore, he planned to cheat the human race to solve this drawback. According to his plan, he planned to use the connection between the heavenly palace and Zhousing to forcefully open a passage between heaven and earth, so that the human experts could freely travel to and from the heaven realm. At this point, when the human experts had nothing to do, they could use this passage to visit friends in the heaven realm and ask for new information so that they would not be abandoned by the times. If this method was successful, it could immediately solve the drawback of the human experts staying in the human world. And this was not Feng Zichen's entire plan. Opening a passage between heaven and earth for the human race might guarantee that the human race's strength would always far surpass the 10,000 races, but it could not guarantee that the human race's strength would be able to catch up with the shamans and demons. Therefore, this required a second plan. As for the second plan, Feng Zichen turned his attention to the countless large, medium, and small worlds outside the primordial world. Every world contained unimaginable good fortune. Even if they only obtained a trace of it, It was enough for cultivators below Daluo Jinxian to benefit endlessly. Feng Zichen's goal was to find a way to contact the upper-class world so that the human race could benefit from it. This was naturally extremely difficult for others, but it was different for Feng Zichen. There was no other reason. He had the World Tree. With the ability of the World Tree, it could completely help him communicate with the various worlds. Chapter 649. If it was in the past. Even with the help of the World Tree, Feng Zichen might not be able to do this. But now, with the help of the origin of heaven and earth, the World Tree had just completed an upgrade, and its ability had been greatly improved. It was just enough to meet Feng Zichen's goal of connecting the 10,000 worlds. However, this matter was not urgent. Connecting the 10,000 worlds was one thing, and sending people into the 10,000 worlds was another. The difficulty of the two was completely different, and he still needed to plan carefully. The most important thing at the moment was to open up the passage of heaven and earth in the heavenly palace so that it would be convenient for the human experts to return to the heaven realm. However, re-establishing contact with the 10,000 worlds this time was also of great significance to Feng Zichen. One had to know that before the demon clan slaughtered humans, he had sent many human prodigies into the upper-class world to fight for the future of the human race. He did not know how those human prodigies were doing in the upper-class world after so many years. Did he manage to forcefully take down a world, control its origin, and sit on the supreme position of the Realm Lord, as he had hoped? Of course. This was just Feng Zichen's extravagant hope. After all, the current situation was completely different from what he had imagined back then. When he had sent the human prodigies away, he had not expected the Chaos Demon God to escape and flee to the upper-class world. Just this point brought about a great change to his wonderful plan. At this moment, not to mention controlling the upper-class world, Feng Zichen's greatest request for those human prodigies was that they could survive well. For those young people, the thought of being enemies with the Chaos Demonic God was a terrifying thing. Speaking of which, Feng Zichen had sent them into the upper-class world with good intentions. His original intention was to find an opportunity for them to prove their Tao and leave some seeds for the human race at the same time. However, he did not expect that the Chaos Demon God would suddenly escape. Instead, it made them, who should have been the safest group of people, the most unsafe group. It was really sigh. All kinds of words could only turn into a helpless sigh. Who could have foreseen such a thing? In fact, becoming the Realm Lord. It wasn't completely hopeless. At the very least, Feng Zichen was looking forward to it. It should be known that in the 3,000 sectors, in addition to the human clan's supreme talents, there were also his 3 disciples. Feng Jie, Jiang Xiong, Jiang Hui. These 3 people were all people with great luck. Their talents could be said to be peerless. In the future, their achievements would be unrivaled great magics. Ever since he had taken them in as his disciples, Feng Zichen had always had high hopes for the 3 of them, believing that the human race would once again achieve glory in their hands. For this reason, Feng Zichen kept the 3 of them by his side and personally taught them for a period of time. In the past, before the human race encountered a great calamity, the 3 of them had disappeared without a trace. Feng Zichen had been worried for a long time. It was only when he divined that the 3 of them had other opportunities and were swept into the great 1,000 realms that he was temporarily relieved. Until today, it had been nearly 10 million years since Feng Jie and the other 2 left the untainted land and were lost in the great 1,000 world. What a long period of time. It was almost equivalent to half of the history of the human race. Thinking about it, it had been 10 million years. With Feng Jie and the other 2's talent, they should have long cultivated Daluo Jinxian or even gone further. With such strength, In addition, with the three of them working together, even if they were not as good as the Chaos Fiend God, it was enough to protect themselves. Perhaps, surpassing the Chaos Fiend God and taking over a world was still unknown. Cultivation. It was a miracle. Therefore, the matter of cultivators. Then, anything could happen. Feng Jie and the other two. They might be able to create miracles. This was Feng Zichen's greatest expectation for them. Perhaps, after I attain the Tao, I should go to the great Thousand Realms to take a look. Those children have been away from home for too long. It's time to look for them and see how they are doing. On the Emperor's Star, Feng Zichen looked at the huge world tree that stood between heaven and earth. He seemed to see countless worlds, and he couldn't help but have a lot of thoughts in his mind. Rumble. In the void that no one could see, streaks of resplendent starlight descended from the boundless starry sky and landed in the territory of the human race, in the heavenly cycle palace that belonged to the human race. This was Feng Zichen using a supreme method to distort space-time and forcefully open 365 passageways to the heaven realm for the human race. Because these passageways had to bypass the Sea of Laws, Feng Zichen had no choice but to rely on Zhouxing's power. Otherwise, even someone as powerful as him would not be able to bypass the perception of the Sea of Laws and open the connection between heaven and earth. The Sea of Laws isolated everything. It was not a joke. It was only because Zhouxing had a special status that he could provide an endless supply of star power to the earth that his power would not be restricted by the Sea of Laws. Otherwise, the living beings of the primordial world would not be able to absorb star power. Who knew how much trouble it would cause? Back then, the demons had only intercepted a portion of the star power of the heavenly cycle, and they had already formed a huge karma with the common people. If the Sea of Laws dared to completely cut off the star power and prevent it from descending into the primordial world, it would not be long before it was crushed by the boundless karma. Such karma, the heavenly Tao did not dare to accept it. Therefore, the power of the stars, it would not be isolated by the Sea of Laws. And Feng Zichen was using this loophole in the Sea of Laws to create void passageways in the resplendent starlight for the human experts to travel between heaven and earth. This kind of thing was actually not difficult. If Feng Zichen went all out, it would only take a few hundred years for him to succeed. But if he really did that, it would cause too much of a commotion. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the entire primordial world would be alarmed. However, this was somewhat inappropriate. After all, Feng Zichen's actions were too unethical. He had just cut off heaven and earth, and now he was opening a back door for the human race. Could it be that the so-called heaven and earth isolation was specially used by the human race to deal with the myriad races? Yes. Although this was the truth, it was obvious that he could not say it out loud. Otherwise, once word got out, what would happen to the human race? Would they be able to stand? The human race could not bear this reputation. As such, it was fine to build passageways for the human race in secret. As long as they didn't do it openly, even if they were discovered, they would just turn a blind eye to it. However, if Feng Zichen dared to expose this matter openly in front of others, it would definitely cause an uproar in the primordial world. At that time, under the uproar of the public, even if the human race was the protagonist of the world, it would be difficult to explain. Of course, the condemnation of others would not hurt the human race in the slightest. However, at the very least, after this matter, the reputation of the human race in the primordial world would be completely ruined. Even Feng Zichen's reputation would be ruined. Feng Zichen still cared about his reputation. The human race also cared about their reputation. In order to care about public opinion, it was better to do such an unethical thing secretly. At most, he would just have to put in more effort. Yes. It was indeed quite troublesome. With Feng Zichen's strength, if he did not hide it and used all his strength, he could complete it in at most 100 years. However, in order not to be discovered by outsiders, he had to divert a portion of his energy to conceal the secrets of heaven. This would undoubtedly greatly delay the progress of the project. It would take at least 100 times more effort. Tens of thousands of years. It was indeed a headache. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 30,000 years had passed. Feng Zichen's establishment of the heaven and earth passageway in the heavenly temple was finally completed. Only after this period of limelight passed and all living beings stopped talking about the heaven and earth passageway could these passageways be officially put into use. It was also at this time Emperor Xuanxu also ushered in the end of his reign. Yes, after many changes, it was already 900,000 years of Xuanxu's reign. Unknowingly, Xuanxu had already ruled the primordial world for 900,000 years. It was less than 100,000 years away from the end of his million-year term. At this moment, it was time for him to choose his successor. Thus, Xuanxu finally shifted his gaze from the primordial world back to the human race and began to search for the prodigies of his race. After Emperor Xuanxu retracted his gaze, the patriarchs of the myriad races could not help but heave a long sigh of relief. In their hearts, this great emperor of the human race was too terrifying. It was fine if he did not make a move, but once he made a move, he cut off the passageway between heaven and earth. It was too terrifying. Even a peerless villain was only SOSO. Xuanxu searched the human race several times and finally found a suitable successor. Ji Jun. That was his nephew, the grandson of Emperor Xiaohao, and the great-grandson of human Emperor Xianyuan. He was born with the imperial purple aura, and his life was indescribably noble. He was the best candidate to succeed the human emperor. Yes, that's right. Ji Jun was Deku, the reincarnation of one of the 5 innate experts who died in battle for the human race. After confirming the candidate, Emperor Xuanxu did not directly entrust him with an important task. Instead, he first gave Deku a test. After he passed all the tests, Emperor Xuanxu called him to his side to personally teach him. After that, the primordial world fell into silence again. Nothing major happened. Soon, 100,000 years passed slowly. The human race once again welcomed the change of supreme power. Xuanxu had lived for 1,000,000 years. Human Emperor Xuanxu passed down the throne to Deku under the witness of the myriad races. Then, he ascended to the sky and left. When he left, many elders of the human race soared into the sky and left with him. At this point, the older generation had completely given up their power and was completely taken over by the younger generation. The change of power in the human race was completed without any ripples. There was no turmoil. However, according to Feng Zichen's estimation, this should be the last time such an uneventful transfer of power would happen. Not everyone could be free from power. People were greedy. After tasting the pleasure of having power, how could they give it up so easily? The reason why they could give up the power in their hands so easily was that they knew that there were greater benefits waiting for them above the heaven realm. Xuanxu did not abdicate to live in seclusion. Instead, he went to the heavenly court to be the ruler of heaven and earth. These old officials who assisted Xuanxu followed their majesty to the heavenly court. How could Emperor Xuanxu treat them unfairly? Compared to the power in the heavenly court, the power in the human race was undoubtedly less important. Therefore, they would happily hand over the power in their hand. They were the 4 batches of old people who had followed Xiaohao, Xianyuan, Shenong, and Fuxi were the same. All of them had a great future ahead of them. However, the benefits of going to the heavenly court to be an official, this was the only time. According to the plan of the 5 heavenly emperors, Emperor Xuanxu would be the last heavenly emperor of the human race. After this, even if Haotian had not returned, the next human emperor of the human race would not be able to become a heavenly emperor. Because even if Feng Zichen agreed, the other great magicians of the primordial world would not agree. 5 heavenly emperors were enough. With a few more, it would probably become a routine for the human emperor to become a heavenly emperor after he abdicated. At that time, what would Haotian do after he returned? He could not give the position of heavenly emperor to the human race, right? This was obviously impossible. Ever since Haotian became the heavenly emperor, it was not an exaggeration to say that he had been cautious and conscientious. Not only did he not make a big mistake, he had made a great contribution, especially when he was forced to enter the cycle of reincarnation because he wanted to save the primordial world. He had fallen to save all living beings in the world. It was fine if all living beings did not appreciate his kindness, but they took advantage of his reincarnation to seize his foundation. Tsk. Anyone who had some sense of shame would not be able to do such a thing. Moreover, the heavenly Tao would not allow such a thing to happen. The heavenly Tao was fair. It would not let a hero bleed and then cry. Moreover, the power of the human race. It had already attracted the attention of many great magicians. In order to prevent forces like the shaman and demon race from appearing again, perhaps a group of great magicians would join forces to suppress the human race to curb its development. This was very likely to happen, because no one was willing to have another powerful force like the Lich to surpass them. Once they discovered that any force had such a sign, they would definitely join forces to suppress it. And the human race. Obviously, there were such signs. But at this moment, the human race was protected by the heavenly Tao. Its rise was also carried out according to the will of heaven. Therefore, although the great magicians did not want to see the rise of the human race, they did not dare to interfere too much due to the might of the heavenly Tao. However, the heavenly Tao took care of the human race. There was also a limit. Once this limit was exceeded, the human race would no longer be protected by the heavenly Tao. And obviously, the matter of the 5 heavenly emperors, it was not under the protection of the heavenly Tao. Once the human race had 9 heavenly emperors, then the destiny of the human race would completely merge with the destiny of the heavenly court. At that time, in the primordial world, no one could keep the human race in check. However, how could the great divines tolerate such a thing happening right under their noses? They would definitely stop it. The 5 heavenly emperors. It was not the limit of the great magicians. It was the limit of the heavenly Tao. According to the thoughts of the great magicians, one was enough. It was good for you and good for me. However, when Fuxi first ascended the throne, he proposed the plan of the 5 heavenly emperors. Originally, the great magicians did not want to agree. But this move, following the will of heaven, could help the human race prosper. Therefore, the heavenly Tao agreed. Chapter 650. Even the heavenly Tao agreed. Whether the great divinities agreed or not, it did not seem so important. Thus, the plan of the 5 heavenly emperors was successfully implemented. However, since they had agreed on 5 heavenly emperors, there could only be 5, not one more. And Zhuanshu was the 5th heavenly emperor and the last heavenly emperor of the human race. After him, the human emperor. Whether it was the heavenly Tao or the great divinities, they would not let him become the heavenly emperor. It could also be said that the fortune of the human race was over. A new heavenly emperor could no longer be born. In short, in order to prevent the destiny of the human race from completely merging with the destiny of the heavenly court, the heavenly emperor after Zhuanshu could not be from the human race no matter what. This was the bottom line of the great divinities and the bottom line of the heavenly Tao. And if the human emperor after him could not become the heavenly emperor, then his ministers would not have the benefits of going to the heavenly court to be officials like their predecessors. In this way, would these people still be willing to hand over the power in their hands? Perhaps most people would. But there would always be some people who were greedy for power and could not give up the power in their hand. The human heart could not withstand the test. Therefore, in the future, the change of power in the human race might not be as peaceful as today. Chaos was gradually born. In Feng Zichen's eyes, the bloody storm of the change of power in the human race from the future was already reflected. However, although he had expected this scene, he did not make any preparations to prevent this scene from happening, because Feng Zichen knew that this was inevitable in history. When every race reached this stage, the same situation would happen. Could not be stopped at all. What he could do? He could only watch quietly. As for how to calm these disputes, that was what the human emperor had to face. What did it have to do with him? These troubles. Just treat it as a test for the human emperor. It was not an easy task to become a qualified emperor. Suppressing those who were greedy for power and unwilling to give up power was also a kind of training for the human emperor. Otherwise, if he could not even suppress the old man of the human race, how could he suppress the myriad races? A race could not completely control it. How could he have the face to rule the primordial world? In the center of the primordial world, in the 33 heavens, where the heavenly court was, the great divines of the untainted land gathered here once again to witness the birth of a new celestial emperor. Yes. After Zhuanxu ascended to heaven, Xiaohao could be considered to have achieved perfection. It was also time to pass the supreme position of heavenly emperor to Zhuanxu to complete the inheritance of the 5 heavenly emperors. After a series of shocking phenomena, the transfer of power in the heaven court was completed smoothly. The West Heaven Emperor Xiaohao abdicated and was succeeded by the great emperor of the human race, Zhuanxu. In history, he was known as the Black Emperor, also known as the Mystic Emperor. He was the celestial emperor of the north and had the ancestor sorcerer Gonggong as his guardian. 5 celestial emperors. How naive. On the North Star, Feng Zichen looked at the great masters who had left after the banquet ended and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. The thinking of these great divine abilities people was very good. After the 5 celestial emperors, the position of celestial emperor would no longer be fated with the human race. However, the truth was not as simple as they thought. Knowing that the 9 celestial emperors of the human race would benefit immensely, how could Feng Zichen not have a backup plan to facilitate this matter? Those great divine abilities people of the primordial world only saw the 5 emperors of the human race on the surface, but they did not expect that other than the 5 emperors, the human race also had 3 supremes of heaven and earth in the dark. That's right. It was Feng Zichen. And his 2 incarnations, Great Emperor Zhongtian Ziwei, Great Emperor Gaochen Tianhuang, Great Emperor Southern Extremity. A total of 3 supremes of heaven and earth. Even the human emperor was qualified to become a celestial emperor, let alone the 3 supremes of heaven and earth. According to Feng Zichen's plan, after Zhuanxu abdicated, if Haotian still did not return, he would recommend the 4 supremes to temporarily take over the position of celestial emperor to maintain the operation of the primordial world. The 4 supremes took turns. One person ruled the heavenly court for an era. No one could say that it wasn't the case. This was how it should be. The 4 supremes temporarily took over the position of celestial emperor. No matter how one looked at it, it was more suitable than the human emperor becoming the celestial emperor. It was also more in line with the law. To be reasonable. The original intention of the 4 supremes' appearance. It was a supplement to the celestial emperor. Now that the position of celestial emperor was empty, it was reasonable for the 4 supremes to temporarily fill in the vacancy. There were too many unreasonable things about letting the human emperor become the celestial emperor. That was why people found fault with it. What if it were the 4 supremes? Who would dare to find fault with it? Did they want to go against the heavenly Tao? After all, in a sense, the four supremes were also a kind of celestial emperor. Back then, the reason why the human emperor was chosen to be the celestial emperor and not the four supremes was not because everyone was unwilling, but because the conditions did not support it. What was the situation at that time? At that time, the calamity of the fiend ancestor had just passed. The two supremes, Haotian and Gaochen, had fallen. The great emperor of the South Pole was seriously injured and had to go into seclusion to recuperate. The Earth Empress was trapped in the netherworld and could not escape. Only the great emperor of Ziwei could barely appear, but he was also seriously injured. With the situation of these four supremes at that time, they could not even move freely. How could they take on the role of celestial emperor and maintain the operation of the primordial world? Therefore, letting the human emperor take on the role of celestial emperor became the only choice out of desperation. However, after a change. At that time, the four supremes were seriously injured and could not perform the duties of celestial emperor. But today, 5 million years later, their injuries had been recuperated for a long time. Even if they had not fully recovered, they should be more or less healed. Therefore, at this time, it was time for them to shoulder the burden, enter the heavenly court, call themselves celestial emperors, rule the world. The four supremes appeared. They wanted to take over the position of celestial emperor. Among the many powerful beings who dared to say no, not to mention that the righteousness was in their hands, with the four supremes working together, their strength was almost invincible in the primordial world. Even the demon ancestor Rahu could not contend against them. With them, how could they compete with them? If they did not say no, they would be suppressed by the four supremes in an instant. Haotian was not here. The four supremes were in power on behalf of the celestial emperor. This was a matter of course. Outsiders could not interfere. Even if the saint was still here, he couldn't say a single word of no. Therefore, even if they knew that the North Star Emperor was from the human race, those powerful beings could not stop him, unless they were willing to bear the anger of the four supremes. There was only one more celestial emperor. Even with all of them, there were only 6. They were still 3 away from the 9 celestial emperors. 3 celestial emperors were enough. Since that was the case, there was no need to offend the 4 supremes for the position of celestial emperor. Just give it to them. Yes. It was not worth offending the 4 supremes for the position of celestial emperor. It was not the most important 9th supremes. It was fine to give it to them. It was not a problem. But unfortunately, those powerful beings did not know. If they compromised, they would not give 1 celestial emperor, but 3 celestial emperors. The 4 supremes. Read as 4 people. It was the same person. The great emperor of Ziwei, the North Star Emperor, and the great emperor of the South Pole were in one. They were all the same person. This matter was a top secret of the primordial world. Very few people knew about it. There were only 2 or 3 people. Those powerful beings were not familiar with Fengzichen, so how could they know about this? Therefore, if the plan went smoothly, the powerful beings of the primordial world, he was afraid that Fengzichen would set him up badly. When the 4 supremes finished their rotation, there would not be 5 celestial emperors of the human race, but 8. They were only 1 step away from the extreme 9 supremes. However, according to Fengzichen's estimation, it would be very difficult for the human race to give birth to a 9th celestial emperor, because, after the 4 supremes finished their rotation, it was time for Haotian to return from his tribulation. Even if he did not want to return, the heavenly Tao would let him return. How could a dignified celestial emperor be trapped in the cycle of reincarnation? Whose face would he be embarrassing? The primordial world, and even the heavenly Tao's face. After the demonic tribulation, Haotian entered the cycle of reincarnation. While healing his injuries, he also accumulated merit and rightfully took charge of the heavenly court. From this, it could be seen that after his merit was complete, he could return from the tribulation. Then when would Haotian's merit be complete? According to the heavenly Tao, he needed to go through 1,750 great tribulations before he could escape. 1,750 tribulations. Oh my God! This was incredible. Haotian's tribulation was naturally different from others. Every tribulation would take a period of time, which was 129,600 years. Feng Zichen had once calculated for Haotian 1,750 tribulations, and each tribulation was 129,600 years, which added up to 226. 8 million years. 220 million years. It was really a long time. One had to know that the history of the entire human race was not that long. In that case, it might not be obvious. Then from another perspective. From the fall of Haotian until now, it had only been more than 4 million years. TSK, more than 4 million years. Compared to the time that Haotian had to go through, it was not even a fraction of its time. From this, it could be seen. 220 million years was a very long time. At first, when Feng Zichen learned about Haotian's situation from the heavenly Tao, he thought that he would not be able to return. 200 million years had passed. Even if he came back, what could he do? The daylily would be cold. However, on second thought, he felt that something was wrong. How could the heavenly Tao let Haotian experience the tribulation for more than 220 million years? Wasn't this destroying his future in disguise? Among them, there must be an unknown plan that could help Haotian return from the tribulation in advance. After a long period of thinking, Feng Zichen still could not figure out the crux of the matter. It was not until hundreds of thousands of years ago, after the separation of heaven and earth, that the space-time of the primordial world changed. Only then did Feng Zichen figure out the arrangement of the heavenly Tao for Haotian. The world of Haotian's reincarnation was not the primordial world at all, but the endless small world floating in the void. In the void. Almost all the time, there were worlds that were either formed or destroyed. These worlds were too weak. Not to mention powerful beings, even ordinary immortals could easily destroy them. Therefore, no one would pay attention to them. In the primordial world, these worlds might only exist for a day before they were destroyed. However, a day in the primordial world was the process of their birth and death for those worlds. It was enough to evolve a complete civilization. The flow of time between worlds was completely different. Some were fast. Some were slow. If Haotian wanted to return, he would need to spend more than 220 million years. During this period of time, it was naturally extremely long in the primordial world. However, if it was placed in those small worlds that were constantly being destroyed, it might not be the case. A day in the primordial world was equivalent to a few years, 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years, or 100,000 years in a small world. In short, as long as the heavenly Tao wanted, the so-called 220 million years of time was not a problem at all. It could let Haotian return at any time. As for why until now, the heavenly Tao had not let Haotian return, that was unknown. However, this did not prevent Feng Zichen from using Haotian's absence to perfect his plan and seek earth-shattering benefits for the human race. In Feng Zichen's heart, he very much hoped that Haotian would return as late as possible. He even vaguely hoped that Haotian would never return. That would be best. However, this was obviously impossible. No matter what. After the four royals finished their shift, Haotian had to return. Because this was the final deadline, if Haotian still had not returned after this time, the position of Heavenly Emperor would be rotated, and there would be no position for Haotian in the primordial world. He had made a great contribution. Not only did he not gain any benefit, He even lost his foundation. This could not be justified no matter what. The heavenly Tao would never allow this to happen. Those who contributed would be rewarded, those who committed crimes would be punished. It was the foundation of the heavenly Tao, it would never change. The positions of the 8 heavenly emperors was already the limit of Feng Zichen's plan. Of course, he was also very satisfied with this. The bigger the matter, the more difficulties he would encounter. How could such a major event of transforming the supreme power of the primordial world from the public world, the primordial world, to the family world, the human race, be smooth? It should be full of difficulties. If it could be done easily, Feng Zichen would be suspicious. He would feel that there were risks that he did not know about, or that he had fallen into someone's trap. There must be a cause and effect. In this world, there was no such thing as a pie falling from the sky. If there was, there must be an unknown plan inside. In the future, he would definitely pay an unimaginable price for it. So, something that was too easy to succeed. On the contrary, it made people feel uneasy. Feng Zichen still had no idea how to obtain the position of the 9th heavenly emperor. However, it did not matter. There was still a long time in the future. There would always be an opportunity. After all, in the eyes of the great magicians of the primordial world, even if Gaochen ascended to the position of heavenly emperor, the human race would only have 6 heavenly emperors, not 8. The difference between the 2 heavenly emperors, it was enough to make them relax a lot. It could be said that as long as Feng Zichen's disguise was not exposed, the great magicians would not be at their highest vigilance against the human race. Perhaps they could accept the 7th heavenly emperor of the human race. After all, in their understanding, the human race had only given birth to 7 heavenly emperors, not 9. There was still a gap from the upper limit in their hearts, so it was naturally much easier to accept. Chapter 651. On the contrary, if Feng Zichen's disguise was exposed, the impact of that would undoubtedly be huge. Not to mention how everyone would look at Feng Zichen. After this matter was exposed, they would definitely keep an eye on the human race and would definitely not give them the possibility of a celestial emperor appearing. At that time, the human race would definitely become the target of public criticism and the target of suppression by the great magic. After all, 6 and 8. Those were 2 different concepts. The former gave people a feeling that there was still room for negotiation, while the latter could directly bring people a sense of urgency. The pressure could be imagined. The matter of the celestial emperor. Feng Zichen only thought for a while, then he withdrew his thoughts and returned to the emperor's star. Although the matter of the celestial emperor was related to the future of the human race and was extremely important, that was the future. Right now, he had more important things to deal with. That was, he was about to attain the Tao. With Zhuanxu's ascension to the throne, Feng Zichen was less than 1,000,000 years away from attaining the Tao. Less than 1,000,000 years was not a long time. It was just a period of seclusion. Attaining the Tao was imminent. Feng Zichen was not in the mood to worry about other things. At this moment, there was nothing more important than attaining the Tao. The future of the human race depended on strength. As long as the human race was strong enough, they could do anything they wanted without any scheming. Therefore, having powerful strength was especially important. In these 1,000,000 years, he should abandon everything and focus on cultivation, so that he could improve his state to the most perfect level to welcome the arrival of the general trend of the world. In the blink of an eye, the sea turned into mulberry fields. Just as Feng Zichen was silent in cultivation, 1,000,000 years had passed. The era of the northern heavenly emperor, Zhuanxu, had quietly come to an end. This also marked the time for Feng Zichen to attain the Tao had finally arrived. In the 1,000,000th year of the mystic emperor's calendar, the northern Black Emperor Xuanxu's imperial luck ended. He stepped down from the position of Heavenly Emperor and entered the Fire Cloud Cave to cultivate. The moment he stepped down, there was an inexplicable throbbing in the world. An invisible aura suddenly appeared and swept across the place in the blink of an eye. Then, in front of the shocked gazes of all the great divines, the power of heaven and earth poured down towards the Emperor Star. Feng Zichen, who was in seclusion on the North Star, suddenly felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Just as he was about to get up and investigate, he saw a supreme momentum descend upon him. Rumble! The vast momentum of heaven and earth was like a huge funnel, hanging down from the Ziwei star and pouring into Feng Zichen's body through the top of his head. In an instant, as the power of heaven and earth entered his body, Feng Zichen only felt that his heart was empty. His true spirit, origin energy, dermic powers, and flesh began to sublimate. Breakthrough. It had begun. At this moment, with the help of the power of heaven and earth, Feng Zichen's mind began to soar. In a trance, Feng Zichen seemed to have left the primitive world and arrived at a mysterious place. Over there was a vast river. The river of time and space. The most mysterious place in the primordial world. This place was the key to breaking through to the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. It was different from when he had to jump out of the river of fate to become a Daluo. If he wanted to achieve the Tao and reach the realm of the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian, the most important step was to gather his own timeline and jump out of the river of time and space. Only by jumping out of the river of time could he transcend heaven and earth and wander outside of time and space. He could observe the primordial world from a bystander's perspective. Why did they say that after becoming a primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian, one would be able to obtain great freedom and freedom? That was the reason. There was no trace of you in the river of fate, no trace of you in the river of time and space, and no trace of you could be found in heaven and earth. Everything about you. They were all gathered on his body. Unless you wanted to. Otherwise, under the rules of the heavenly Tao, there would be no such person as you. In this way, he would naturally not be restrained by the heavenly Tao. Of course, he could be said to be free and unfettered. Primordial chaos meant perfection. Primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian had a perfected great Tao. He formed a large world of his own. He was unrestrained and unrestrained. He could walk in the chaos and transcend heaven and earth. Such an existence was no different from the Tao. Therefore, becoming a primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian was known as achieving the Tao. It meant achieving the Tao. Splash. The river of time and space was vast and mighty. It flowed endlessly towards the unknown void as if there was no end. And Feng Zichen? He stood quietly on the river of time and space, looking at the waves on the river with an extremely indifferent gaze. The waves were his past. They were all the traces left behind since he was born until he became a quasi-sage. Under the reflection of the river of time and space, the scenes of his past appeared in his mind one by one. Sigh! What a nostalgic time! Looking at his high-spirited childhood self, Feng Zichen sighed softly and reached out his hand to grab it. The next moment, the river of time and space went berserk. Rumble! Feng Zichen grabbed down with his big hand, and an unparalleled force erupted, setting off a huge storm and endless waves in the river of time and space. Rise! Grabbing the river of time and space, Feng Zichen shouted and suddenly exerted his strength, grabbing a tributary from it. That was the time that belonged to him. Splash! Accompanied by endless waves, a colorful river rose from the river of time and space and was swallowed by Feng Zichen in one gulp. At this point, in the river of time and space, there was no trace of Feng Zichen. If a supreme expert looked down at the river of time and space, he would find that there was no trace of Feng Zichen, whether it was the past, the future, or the present. It was as if this person had completely disappeared from the primordial world. Gathering the timeline in one body, without the past, present, and future, he was primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. At this time, Feng Zichen could already be said to be primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. Whoosh, a huge sense of weightlessness came. Feng Zichen could not help but be absent-minded for a moment. When he came back to his senses and looked back, he found that he had already returned to the Ziwei star. This, is it done? After carefully sensing it, Feng Zichen found that his body had undergone an earth-shattering change. Whether it was his origin, his physical body, or his mana, they were undoubtedly much stronger than before. It could be said that, the current him, it would have been easy for him to crush his former self. Achieving the Tao to him, it was so simple. It was so simple that Feng Zichen thought it was a dream. It was not until a long while later that he was sure that it was true. He had really achieved the Tao. That was right. His situation was different from others. In order to achieve the Tao, he had really prepared too much. Not to mention his identity as the great Taoist priests, just the vast power of heaven and earth was enough for him to achieve the Tao easily. With such conditions, it was normal for him to achieve the Tao easily. On the contrary, it would be abnormal if the path to achieving the Tao was filled with difficulties. Who asked Feng Zichen to have the advantage? Was it too much? The great Taoist priests, the ancestor of the innate sword Tao, the four gods, the boundless starry sky, first level of the primordial chaos? After sensing his own state, Feng Zichen confirmed his realm. He had barely reached the peak of the first level of the primordial chaos, far from what he had imagined. But it didn't matter, because his foundation had begun to exert force. The power of the stars come. The power of the innate sword Tao come. The power of the Pangu God come. Taking advantage of the fact that the power of heaven and earth had not left, Feng Zichen no longer held back and completely released the restrictions in his body. Immediately, all kinds of supreme powers appeared. They poured into Feng Zichen's body to help him break through his limits and cultivate to a higher realm. Even the power of the great Taoist priests, which was buried deep in his bloodline, was still gushing out. It cultivated his bloodline to speed up his transformation. Whoosh! Without a sound, the Pangu God appeared. No. It was not the Pangu God in the boundless starry sky, but the projection of the Pangu that was formed from the entire primordial world. Just as Feng Zichen was breaking through, he appeared to help Feng Zichen. Rumble! A mysterious and great power appeared and poured into Feng Zichen's body. It constantly baptized his bloodline and body, causing it to constantly move closer to the Pangu Dao body. Apart from that, there was also the power of the Khanate sword Dao, the power of Zhoshing, the power of the Emperor on the Ziwei star, and more supreme powers. They surged from all over the primordial world to help Feng Zichen transform. Each of these powers was no less than the power of the primordial chaos level. Some of them even reached the level of the late-stage primordial chaos level. Think about it. With so many different attributes but abnormally powerful powers gathered together, once a conflict broke out, what good would happen to Feng Zichen, who was at the center of these powers? He would probably be torn into pieces on the spot. Even if he had already cultivated to the realm of the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian, he was no exception. Therefore, facing these powers that swarmed over, Feng Zichen was really afraid. The purpose of summoning these powers was to help him break through, not to let them repel each other and erupt with unparalleled power to tear him into pieces. In that case, although he would not die however, he had completely lost his face. It would really become the biggest joke in the primordial world. It was not easy for the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian to cultivate to the primordial chaos level, but because he could not control his own power, it caused his power to be unbalanced, and he was seriously injured by the backlash. Listen, what kind of words was this? If word got out, no matter how thick-skinned Feng Zichen was, he would be ashamed to see others. Therefore, this kind of situation absolutely could not happen. Seeing that these powers were gathering around him and were about to come into contact with each other, Feng Zichen did not hesitate to activate the Hongmeng Daozhong. Hongmeng Daozhong, suppress. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a dang sound. The Hongmeng Daozhong staggered out. A mighty force that could suppress everything suddenly appeared and froze the supreme power that was surging over in place. The Hongmeng Daozhong. Perhaps it was not the strongest magic treasure in the primordial world, but it was definitely the most mysterious magic treasure in the primordial world. His power seemed to be endless, and he could easily do things that other magic treasures could not. Even the level of magic treasures was nothing in front of him. He had the power to break the rules. Especially after the Hongmeng Daozhong was promoted to a connate cardinal treasure, this phenomenon was even more obvious. Therefore, not to mention suppressing the power of the primordial chaos level, even the real primordial Daluo Jinxian could be suppressed by him. Whoosh whoosh, under the suppression of the Hongmeng Daozhong, the power completely calmed down. Like a docile sheep, it was easily absorbed and refined by Feng Zichen. Outside the world, on the projection of Pengu standing above the primordial world, there was an endless Tao rune circulating. Following an inexplicable connection, it flowed into Feng Zichen's heart. That was the profound meaning of Pengu's Tao body. The primordial world had received a lot of favors from Feng Zichen. Therefore, when he was breaking through, Pengu's projection had a reaction and displayed all the mysteries of Pengu's Tao body in front of him to help him condense Pengu's Tao body. This was Pengu's repayment to Feng Zichen. The heavenly Tao would not mistreat those who had contributed, let alone Pengu. The goals that he had been pursuing were now all displayed in front of him. One could imagine the excitement in Feng Zichen's heart. However, compared to before, the current Feng Zichen, his attitude towards Pengu's Tao body had undoubtedly changed greatly. In the past, he had been copying everything. He wished that he could copy all the mysteries of Pengu's Tao body onto himself. Now, he was no longer the ignorant youth from back then. Instead, he was a supreme overlord who shocked the primordial world. His thoughts had been sublimated, and he had a deeper understanding of the Tao. The strongest might not be the best, but what suited him was definitely the best. Although Pengu's Tao body was strong, it still belonged to Pengu. If he completely copied Pengu's Tao body, then his highest achievement in his life would only be to reach the level where Pengu was. Indeed, at the level where Pengu was already the peak that all living beings in the primordial world could not reach. However, how could Feng Zichen, who had Hongmeng Daozhong, be willing to do so? He had even greater ambitions. One had to know that when the Tao of Hongmeng reached the end, it could be compared to the Great Tao. This was a higher level than Pengu, and this was Feng Zichen's goal. He wanted to become an existence that surpassed Pengu. Since that was the case, it was somewhat inappropriate to copy Pengu's Tao body. Therefore, when reversing Pengu's Tao body, Feng Zichen combined the Tao that he cultivated and integrated his own insight. Moreover, regardless of whether he comprehended it or not, he imprinted the runes that represented the Tao of Hongmeng on Hongmeng Daozhong into his own body. He tried to use this method to evolve the legendary Hongmeng's Tao body. Just like that, Feng Zichen's physique had undergone an inexplicable change, although it was still called Pengu's Tao body. However, it became somewhat specious. He began to gradually walk out of Pengu's influence and create his own path of enlightenment. The path of enlightenment. Just like that, as time passed, Feng Zichen's strength was getting stronger and stronger. From the first level of primordial chaos to the second level of primordial chaos, the third level of primordial chaos, he had been advancing rapidly. And such a big commotion on the Emperor's star naturally alarmed the great mediums who were in seclusion. Chapter 652. What happened? Is someone about to attain the Tao? In the various grotto heavens and blessed lands of the primordial world, the great divinities who were in seclusion woke up from their enlightenment and looked at the Emperor's star with bewildered gazes. There was the source of this anomaly. But unfortunately, the result disappointed them. They did not see anything, as far as their eyes could see. It was filled with endless starlight. It was bright and dazzling, covering the entire boundless starry sky and blocking everyone's line of sight, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. The boundless starry sky was Feng Zichen's greatest protection. In it, he could do anything without worrying about being discovered. This was even more obvious after he reshaped the boundless starry sky. In the boundless starry sky, there were Feng Zichen's imprints everywhere, causing his control over the boundless starry sky to reach its peak. Even the powerful heavenly Tao found it difficult to interfere. Therefore, as long as he was willing, then with the vastness of the primordial world, no matter who it was, they would not be able to detect what was happening in the boundless starry sky. This time, if it were not for the fact that Feng Zichen's attainment of the Tao was too great and alarmed the entire primordial world and exceeded the range of the boundless starry sky, this matter would not have been known by the entire world. He reckoned that it would pass by quietly. However, achieving primordial chaos Daluojingxian was a huge matter in the primordial world. It was only second to the attainment of the Tao by a saint. The myriad Tao of heaven and earth, the billions of laws, the endless space-time, and so on had to be sensed and sensed. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a grand occasion in the primordial world. Since that was the case, such a huge matter that shocked the primordial world, how could it be hidden from the public? Primordial chaos. That was the supreme Tao fruit, the peak that a cultivator could reach. The phenomenon that was created when it was born was spontaneously formed by heaven and earth. It affected every tributary of the long river of space-time and could not be hidden at all, unless whose power could be so strong that it could cover the entire long river of space-time. But obviously that was impossible. To be honest, the power of the river of time and space wasn't very strong. Daluojingxian could manipulate time and space at will, let alone a great divine power. But at the end of time and space, there was an inconceivably majestic existence. It was his existence that made the river of time and space unshakable. Pangu. It was a light name, but it was heavier than Mount Buzhou. It was enough to suppress the entire chaos. Rumble. In the sky above the Emperor's star, innate Daos gathered together, billions of laws appeared, and boundless Daos spread out, turning this place into a world of Daos. At the same time, Feng Zichen, who was in a state of enlightenment, suddenly looked up to the sky and roared. Ah! Amidst the long roar, a surge of great power rose from Feng Zichen's body. In an instant it swept through the heavens and the earth, shaking the past, present, and future. Then, a purple river that was more than 3,000 miles long gushed out of Feng Zichen's body, crossing the sky and the earth. Instantly, the world fell silent, a mysterious aura quietly appeared, it constantly merged with the Daos that filled the world, as if they were corroborating each other. Whoosh whoosh, Daos were merging with each other, an invisible throbbing spread, like the pulse of the world, endless mystery. The purple river that rose from Feng Zichen's body wasn't a real river, but a Tao. If one looked carefully, they would discover that what flowed in the purple river wasn't a drop of river water, but a bright innate rune. This was a long river completely formed by innate runes. The purple light was the light that bloomed from the innate runes. The purple river was vast and mighty. It was only about 3,000 miles long, but it gave off an incomparably huge feeling, as if it had pierced through the entire world. He wasn't a river. He was a Tao. It was Feng Zichen's Tao. It was the Tao that he had been painstakingly cultivating ever since he stepped onto the path of cultivation. Today, when Feng Zichen attained the Tao of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, the Tao that he had painstakingly cultivated for nearly 10 million years had finally completed its transformation. It turned from illusory to real, and it appeared in the world for the first time in the form of a purple river. 1,000 miles of the Tao was the first heaven of primordial chaos. 3,000 miles of the Tao was the third heaven of primordial chaos. The purple river was vast and mighty, spanning more than 3,000 miles. It meant that Feng Zichen was already at the third heaven of primordial chaos. The length of the purple river was still growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It could be seen that Feng Zichen's strength had not reached its peak, and there was still room for improvement. The long river flowed quietly, constantly corroborating with the innate Tao and the billions of laws. It was like a crop that had been in a drought for a long time and suddenly encountered a good rain. It crazily absorbed the profound meaning of heaven and earth to become its own nourishment. Gradually, the aura emitted by the long river became more mysterious and ancient. It gave people the feeling that it had existed since ancient times. Walala, in the process of corroborating with heaven and earth, the purple innate runes that formed the long river of the great Tao were also changing. Became even more resplendent. It trembled and jumped in the long river. Sometimes it was arranged together, sometimes it was connected into a large area, as if it was developing a supreme technique. One could see. Traces of supreme divine powers could be seen. They appeared in the long purple river, releasing astonishing fluctuations. As Feng Zichen advanced to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, his divine abilities also underwent a transformation. They were being reinterpreted, expounding the great Tao from the perspective of the primordial chaos, becoming more perfect and powerful. And all of this together formed Feng Zichen's Tao. It included the innate sword Tao, the Tao of spacetime, the Tao of stars, the Tao of reincarnation, and a series of innate Tao supreme great Tao. Huh! What? Great Emperor Ziwei has attained the Tao just like that. Isn't this too fast? In the primordial world, the powerful beings who could vaguely see what had happened from the shocking phenomenon of heaven and earth could not hide the shock in their hearts. They could not help but mutter in a daze. They could not see what was happening in the boundless starry sky, but they were not blind. It was not like they could not see the phenomenon that affected the entire primordial world outside the boundless starry sky. Coincidentally, such a phenomenon. It also made everyone feel that it was particularly familiar. It was just like when Donghuang attained the Tao. The scene of Donghuang attaining the Tao was a scene that the powerful beings would never forget in their lives. It was even more profound than the Tao ancestors' unification and the saints' attainment of the Tao. Because it was Donghuang's attainment of the Tao that allowed them to know that their path ahead was not cut off. Above the quasi-saint, it was not just the saint, there was also the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. It was precisely because of this that they remembered the scene of Tai attaining the Tao so vividly. As a result, when they saw the phenomenon that affected the entire primordial world, they were roughly certain that Feng Zichen had attained the Tao. After confirming this, everyone's feelings could be said to be particularly complicated. They felt that they had lived their entire lives in vain. Fast. Too fast. It was really too fast. How many years had it been since the birth of great Emperor Ziwei? It had been less than an eon, and it was in less than an eon that he had achieved what others had not achieved even after spending several eons of time. He had cultivated to the realm of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, leaving everyone far behind. How could this not be shocking? But, while they were shocked, the group of powerful beings felt that this was a matter of course. It seemed that great Emperor Ziwei attaining the Tao was not something that was unacceptable. It was a matter of course, a matter of course. This contradictory feeling really made the hearts of the great divines feel extremely strange. And the reason why they felt this way was because Feng Zichen's performance was too dazzling. From the moment he appeared and saved the primordial world, Feng Zichen had done too many earth-shattering things along the way. Not to mention the high and mighty primordial chaos Tao Master, more than one of them had fallen at his hands. Even the legendary demon ancestor Rahu had suffered a loss at his hands. Such an existence brought too much shock to everyone, so much so that in the end everyone was already numb. They thought that no matter how great his achievements were, it was a matter of course. So, after discovering that Feng Zichen had attained the Tao, everyone was shocked, but they also felt that it was a matter of course. They were really shocked to the point of numbness. Compared to Feng Zichen's previous amazing performance, it was not too much of an exaggeration for him to achieve Tao in less than an eon. A few chaos demon gods at the level of primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian had been killed by him. Wasn't it a joke to say that such a figure could not attain the Tao? In the face of such a situation, those great mediums could at most sigh and say, as expected of the orthodox Pangu, a noble existence of the same sect as the heavenly Tao. His cultivation talent is indeed terrifying. That was the end of it. What followed next was endless envy and anticipation. With the second, would the third be far away? After Feng Zichen attained the Tao, the day when they attained the Tao would not be far away. This was not a joke, but a fact. The path of primordial chaos of the great mediums of the primordial world had been completely opened by the remnant spirits of the chaos demon gods that they had devoured. They only needed an opportunity. They could take one step closer and cultivate to the realm that they had always dreamed of. Cultivation was without time. In the blink of an eye 10,000 years had passed, and Feng Zichen finally woke up from his cultivation. At the same time, this also marked his breakthrough. This time was about to come to an end. Phew! Fourth level primordial chaos? It's a little low. Feng Zichen let out a long breath and said with some dissatisfaction. While he was speaking, behind him, the shadow of a long purple river that spanned more than 4,000 miles was faintly discernible. The great Tao was more than 4,000 miles long. It represented the fourth heaven of primordial chaos. In other words, after converting all his foundations into strength, Feng Zichen became a fourth heaven of primordial chaos expert. The cultivation of the middle stage of primordial chaos was not considered weak even in the entire primordial world. It could not be said. Saint Zhuan-Ti was at this realm. Logically speaking, Feng Zichen should be satisfied with this strength. But in fact, he was very dissatisfied with his current cultivation, because, with the help of many supreme forces, he should have broken through to the sixth heaven of primordial chaos in one fell swoop. He should have become a top expert among the saints. But because of an accident, Feng Zichen's dream of the sixth heaven of primordial chaos was completely shattered. And that accident originated from the Hongmeng runes that he engraved into his body at the beginning of the breakthrough. In order to try to evolve the legendary Hongmeng Dao body, Feng Zichen had once engraved the runes that represented the Hongmeng Dao on Hongmeng Daozhong's body. They were engraved on his body. At that time, he had just had a flash of inspiration and made an attempt, but he did not expect that he would really succeed. The runes that represented the Hongmeng Dao were easily imprinted on his body by him, and as his cultivation broke through, they completely merged into one. At first, when the Hongmeng runes entered his body, Feng Zichen was very excited about it. He thought that it would definitely bring him an astonishing transformation. After all, That was Hongmeng. It was the beginning of everything. But in the end, it undoubtedly disappointed Feng Zichen. After the Hongmeng runes completely merged with him, they did not display any power. Instead, they fell into silence and did not move at all. If he could not clearly sense their existence, Feng Zichen would have thought that they had disappeared. After the Hongmeng runes fell silent, although Feng Zichen was a little disappointed, it did not affect anything overall. It was just a casual move. If it succeeded, he would be happy. If it failed, there was nothing to be sad about. Therefore, after putting this matter down, he focused on breaking through. But unexpectedly, just as he reached the peak of the fourth heaven of primordial chaos and was about to advance to the fifth heaven of primordial chaos, an accident happened. The Hongmeng runes that had fallen into silence suddenly began to move restlessly. They emitted a powerful suction force and crazily devoured Feng Zichen's origin. This sudden turn of events really gave Feng Zichen a fright. Almost without hesitation, he mobilized the power in his body and tried to suppress the rioting Hongmeng runes. However, no matter what method he used, even if he used the Hongmeng Daozhong, he could not suppress the Hongmeng runes. Seeing that his origin was being absorbed by the Hongmeng runes at a speed visible to the naked eye, Feng Zichen really wanted to completely cut it out of his body. However, the Hongmeng runes had completely merged with him. If he cut it out, it would definitely shake his Tao foundation. For a moment, Feng Zichen hesitated. The loss of the origin could be slowly made up. It would just take a little more time. However, if the Tao foundation was shaken, it would hurt the foundation and affect the future path of Tao. As the saying goes, the lesser of two evils. In this way, how to choose between the two? Wasn't it obvious? Therefore, Feng Zichen gritted his teeth. He allowed the Hongmeng runes to devour his origin. Let him devour. With the boundless starry sky and Pangu's projection as his backing, what Feng Zichen did not lack the most was the innate origin. He did not believe that a mere Hongmeng rune could suck him dry. Of course, just for this reason, it was not worth Feng Zichen to make up his mind. What really made him make up his mind was that he saw the possibility of approaching the Hongmeng Dao from the changes in the Hongmeng runes. Speaking of which, ever since Feng Zichen had mastered the Hongmeng Daozhong, he had tried all means, but he had never been able to comprehend the mystery of the Hongmeng Dao. It was as if he had no fate with the Hongmeng Dao. Chapter 653. Gradually, this matter was about to become Feng Zichen's sore point. If he could not comprehend the way of Hongmeng, he would not be able to completely refine Hongmeng Daozhong. This meant that Hongmeng Daozhong could leave him at any time. This made Feng Zichen very uneasy. It could be said that he was able to achieve what he had today, mainly because of Hongmeng Daozhong. Although it was partly due to his hard work, it was far from being comparable to the role played by Hongmeng Daozhong. In the primordial world, there were many people who worked hard. There were also people who worked harder than Feng Zichen. Why didn't others achieve so much? Not to mention anything else. Let's talk about the great magicians of the primordial world. Could it be that they didn't work hard enough? They had persisted in cultivating for hundreds of millions of years without relaxing. It could be said that they worked hard enough. But what about the achievements they had achieved? It was far from as high as Feng Zichen, and all of this was brought by Hongmeng Daozhong. It could be said that there was no Hongmeng Daozhong. There was no Feng Zichen today. Therefore, in Feng Zichen's heart, he naturally valued Hongmeng Daozhong very much. He did not want him to be lost in his hands. Although with his current strength, even without Hongmeng Daozhong, he could still dominate the primordial world and pursue a higher realm. However, the existence of Hongmeng Daozhong would undoubtedly allow him to take fewer detours, reduce a lot of risks, and cultivate to a higher realm faster. Therefore, this treasure could not be lost. a treasure like Hongmeng Daozhong. In his own hands, it was better than in the hands of others, right? Hongmeng Daozhong had transformed into a primordial treasure in his hands. It must not be taken away by outsiders and become a wedding dress for them. It was because he was worried about Hongmeng Daozhong that Feng Zichen ignored his own safety when the Hongmeng runes mutated and allowed them to devour his innate origin. This was the first time he had seen the Hongmeng runes change. Therefore, no matter the outcome, he would let it continue to change. Because this might be the only opportunity for him to peek into the mysteries of Hongmeng's Tao. There was movement. It was better than nothing. If the Hongmeng runes continued to remain dormant, Feng Zichen did not know when he would be able to see the mysteries of the Hongmeng Tao. And there was movement. This represented an opportunity. This was like a huge gamble. He won. They would be able to comprehend the mysteries of the Hongmeng Tao and obtain endless opportunities. He lost. Although his life would not be in danger, his strength would be greatly reduced due to the fall of his source energy. But Feng Zichen did not care anymore. With the boundless starry sky and Pangu's projection behind him, no matter how much source energy he lost, he could make up for it in an extremely short period of time. So, he could afford to gamble. Moreover, he might not lose. Faintly, Feng Zichen had a feeling. The mutation of the Hongmeng runes should be a good thing for him. After all, the Hongmeng runes had already merged with him. The two of them were bound together for good and ill. Harming him, not only would the Hongmeng runes not gain any benefits, but they would also pay an unimaginable price. Just like that, time ticked by second. In the blink of an eye, it was 10,000 years later. At this time, the Hongmeng runes seemed to have eaten their fill. They stopped devouring Feng Zichen's source and retracted into their bodies. They lay there quietly, motionless. As the Hongmeng runes regained their calm, Feng Zichen also woke up. He had to wake up. His breakthrough had come to an end. He could no longer support his breakthrough. Fourth heaven of primordial chaos. This was Feng Zichen's current realm. Originally, he should have reached the sixth heaven of primordial chaos. Unfortunately, thanks to the help of the Hongmeng runes, they devoured the source that he used to break through, leaving him at the fourth heaven of primordial chaos. This was also a blessing in disguise. At the very least, he still maintained the cultivation of the fourth heaven of primordial chaos. He did not fall, did he? According to the devouring speed of the Hongmeng runes at that time, Feng Zichen was really afraid that his strength would fall. Is this Hongmeng? Feng Zichen, who woke up from his enlightenment, said in a daze. The price of 2 heavens was not in vain. After the Hongmeng runes devoured the source, they also gave Feng Zichen some information about the Hongmeng Tao. Although this information was still somewhat obscure and difficult to understand, it was much better than not understanding anything before. In Hongmeng Daozhong, with the help of the creation jade disc fragment, Feng Zichen finally sorted out some clues from this information and comprehended a trace of the mystery of the Hongmeng Tao. Don't underestimate this trace of comprehension. As the saying goes, everything was difficult at the beginning. But as long as he started, the next step was not so difficult. Comprehending a trace of the mystery of the Hongmeng Tao was equivalent to entering the door. Next, with the help of Hongmeng Daozhong, sooner or later, Feng Zichen would be able to completely comprehend the Hongmeng Tao. Moreover, the Hongmeng runes in his body. Since the first change could happen, then there would definitely be a second change, a third change, a fourth change, and this would be the best help for Feng Zichen to comprehend the Hongmeng Tao. My Tao has been completed. After comprehending the Hongmeng Tao, Feng Zichen's heart was abnormally excited. Even the unhappiness of not reaching his realm had been diluted a lot. If his realm was not enough, he could slowly increase it. But there were not many opportunities to comprehend the Hongmeng Tao. If he missed it, who knew if there would be a next time? As soon as he comprehended the primordial Tao, Feng Zichen could not wait to cultivate it. Soon, he was lost in the boundless Taoist rhyme. Then, he was woken up by Hongmeng Daozhong. The most difficult thing about cultivating the Hongmeng Tao was that if one was not careful, there was a danger of being assimilated by the Hongmeng Tao. Hongmeng, the beginning of being. Anything that existed, whether it was a person or an object, originated from him. Therefore, he had the ability to assimilate all things. The most powerful part of the Hongmeng Tao was also the most dangerous part of him. Therefore, one needed to be extremely careful when cultivating this Tao. But Feng Zichen was not an exception. Because he had Hongmeng Daozhong. With the help of Hongmeng Daozhong, he could pull Feng Zichen back from the crisis of Hongmeng's assimilation at any time. This was the reason why Feng Zichen was confident that he could cultivate the Hongmeng Tao. Fourth level of primordial chaos? It's still a little low. Looks like I still have to give it a try. After the initial excitement, the unwillingness of not reaching his realm as expected once again surfaced in Feng Zichen's heart. For this, he planned to give it a try. He would continue to improve his realm. And in the primordial world, he had already used up all the power that he could use to improve his realm. There was no other power that could help him. So, Feng Zichen turned his gaze. He placed it in the chaos outside the realm. He remembered. In addition to being the great Emperor Ziwei of the primordial world, he also had another identity in the chaos outside the realm. A creature of chaos, the Panga Zichen clan. This was back then. When he attained the Tao of Daluo Jingxian in the chaos outside the realm, the great Tao personally gave him an identity. For this, he also received a reward from the great Tao, a supreme-grade innate spirit treasure, the first origin Tao talisman, as a protective spirit treasure. Feng Zichen was able to gather his timeline so smoothly in the river of time and space partly because of his Tao attainment in the chaos outside the realm. There was no concept of time and space in the chaos outside the realm. Therefore, when Feng Zichen successfully attained his Tao in the chaos outside the realm, there was no future for him in the primordial world. The past was constant and could be easily cut off. However, the future was fleeting and unpredictable. It was constantly changing, causing one to be unable to see through it or grasp it. Therefore, the future was the most difficult to cut off. However, Feng Zichen had no future. This saved him the most difficult step. He easily gathered his timeline, jumped out of the river of time and space, and wandered outside the world. Imagine attaining the Tao in the chaos outside the realm. There were such great benefits. If he attained the Tao in the chaos outside the realm, wouldn't the benefits be even greater? Thinking about it, Feng Zichen was excited. He felt that he could give it a try. As for failure, he had never considered it. His Tao. It had already exceeded the scope of the Tao of stars. It was all-encompassing and all-encompassing. It was gradually approaching the Tao of Hongmeng. Its power was no weaker than the great Tao cultivated by the Chaos Fiend God. Since that was the case, how could it fail? After making up his mind, Feng Zichen immediately took action. He first looked at the outside world and found that the phenomenon of his Tao attainment had yet to dissipate. At that moment, he secretly activated the power of Panga's projection and secretly interfered with the phenomenon of heaven and earth to prolong its existence so as to hide the fact that he was not in the primordial world. After doing all this, Feng Zichen immediately released his spiritual will and crossed endless time and space to establish contact with the chaos bead hidden in the human Tao Emperor's seal. Then, his figure flashed. He disappeared on the spot. He came to the chaos bead. And no one noticed all of this. Not to mention the fact that the boundless starry sky blocked everything. Feng Zichen's current cultivation base was at the 4th level of primordial chaos. He could already make it so that no one could discover his track. Let's go. Inside the chaos bead, Feng Zichen waved his hand and opened the spacetime door. With a step, he left the primordial world and arrived in the chaos outside the realm. Rumble. After many years, Feng Zichen had already undergone earth-shaking changes, but the chaos outside the realm was the same as before. Loneliness, emptiness, chaos, and the endless tyrannical chaos aura were always the theme of the chaos. Hiss, no wonder the chaos fiend god is so powerful. In such a harsh situation, if one is not strong enough, they will not be able to survive at all. Every time Feng Zichen came to the chaos outside the realm, he could not help but sigh at the environment here. It was really too harsh. The Daluo Jinxian of the primordial world was here. It would not be long before it was completely destroyed. The worse the environment, the more powerful the existence born. After sighing, Feng Zichen removed the protection and stepped into the realm of the chaos outside the realm. When he first stepped into the realm of chaos, not only did he not feel uncomfortable as he expected, but it gave Feng Zichen a comfortable feeling like a fish in water, as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. This surprised him. Rumble. Just as Feng Zichen was surprised, he seemed to sense a strange aura. The surrounding chaos aura suddenly became restless and swarmed toward him, wanting to devour him. Humph! Displeased, Feng Zichen was about to take action to suppress the chaos aura that was surging over when he saw a mysterious divine light blooming from his body. Shua, wherever the divine light shone, the restless chaos aura seemed to be tamed and floated obediently beside Feng Zichen. This is, in a trance, Feng Zichen seemed to understand something and reached out to touch his eyebrows. There, he did not know when, suddenly, a mysterious imprint appeared on it. And that mysterious divine light was emitted from this mark. Zichen mark. It was the name of the mark. At the same time, it was also the symbol of Feng Zichen's identity as a chaos creature. This was the mark of life that the great Tao gave to Feng Zichen. It was his real name. It could also be said to be the name of a god. It's been a long time since I've been to the chaos outside the realm. I forgot that as a chaos creature, how could I be afraid of a mere chaos aura? They should be the ones who should be afraid. With a chuckle, Feng Zichen opened his mouth and inhaled fiercely. He actually swallowed all the chaos aura that hovered around him. This is the real chaos aura. The power contained in it is many times richer than the chaos aura in the chaos outside the realm. Smacking his lips, Feng Zichen said with some emotion. After his strength reached the realm of primordial chaos, the connate aura could no longer meet his daily needs for cultivation. Only the chaos aura could allow him to continue to improve. However, after the chaos aura of the primordial world was filtered by the sky curtain, although the danger was greatly reduced, the power contained in it was undoubtedly weakened by a lot. It was far from being comparable to the pure chaos aura in the chaos outside the realm. It was no exaggeration to say that cultivating here for a day was better than cultivating in the primordial world for a year. It's time to find an opportunity to take back the chaos bead. Thinking of the benefits of cultivating in the chaos outside the realm, Feng Zichen decided to take back the chaos bead to make it easier for him to cultivate here. Originally, even if this didn't happen, he would have taken back the human Tao Emperor seal after the 5 emperors. A connate treasure. How could it always be in the hands of others? Forget it. Business is more important. Let's achieve the Tao first. Knowing that his time was limited, Feng Zichen didn't delay any longer and decided to achieve the Tao first. Rumble. A long purple river of more than 4,000 miles surged out of Feng Zichen's body in a mighty manner. Following the connection between them, it rumbled toward the origin of chaos. There was the mark left behind by Feng Zichen when he attained the Tao. Just as Feng Zichen had thought, his attainment of the Tao this time was very smooth. His great Tao was easily imprinted on the origin of chaos and existed with it. Just like last time, As Feng Zichen imprinted his great Tao on the origin of chaos, the great Tao in the unseen world immediately reacted. Wisps of mysterious power hung down and gathered the chaos aura in all directions, turning into a huge furnace of the great Tao. It enveloped Feng Zichen and slowly refined him. This was the great Tao personally helping him to be reborn and reconstruct his Tao body with supreme power. Chapter 654. Just like when Feng Zichen broke through to Daluo Jingxian, the great Tao personally cleansed his origin and helped him transform into a chaos creature. This time, when Feng Zichen broke through to primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, he received the same experience in the great Tao. Perhaps, with this opportunity, he could transform into a chaos demon god in one fell swoop. Of course, this was just a thought. How could a chaos demon god be so easy to become? Who knew how many years had passed since the birth of chaos, and this vast chaos had only given birth to 3,000 chaos demon gods. If Feng Zichen only relied on one baptism of the great Tao to transform into the high and mighty chaos demon god, wouldn't that make the chaos demon god look bad? That's all I, the great chaos demon god, am? That's all? If the chaos demon god really had no face, how could he be called the greatest life in the world? Therefore, the birth of every chaos demon god consumed the luck and creation of the chaos. It was not so easy to achieve. 1 or 2 baptisms of the great Tao could not make Feng Zichen transform into a chaos demon god. At most, it could only make him closer to such an existence. After all, the Chaos Demon God was different from the innate God fiends. They were the true seeds of the great Tao, and each of them had the possibility of achieving eternity. Boundless pain assaulted him, causing Feng Zichen to gasp uncontrollably. This was the price of baptizing his body. The pain went straight to the depths of his soul, and it was impossible to avoid. However, Feng Zichen's realm was high, and his endurance had greatly increased. After the initial discomfort, he began to get used to this pain. Then, he could not feel the pain. It seemed that it was just that. After not feeling the pain, Feng Zichen relaxed a lot. Then, he began to do business. Great Tao furnace out. Feng Zichen's mind moved, and a huge furnace flew out of his body and hung in the air, echoing with the great Tao furnace in the outside world. This was a supreme great magical power that he had created by imitating the Great Path Furnace, pseudo. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well take this opportunity to transform his divine ability. Originally, the power of the Great Tao Furnace was very strong. It was enough to rank at the top of the countless great divine powers in the untainted land. Then, after confirming with the Great Path once again, its power would definitely be further enhanced. Who knows, he might be able to enter the top 3 and become one of the strongest supreme mystical skills of the great desolate Aeon. In the chaos, time passed unknowingly. Under the baptism of the furnace of the Great Path, Feng Zichen did not know how much time had passed. It felt like an instant, yet it also felt like thousands of years. In short, in a daze, Feng Zichen finished his transformation. The great Tao came suddenly and left suddenly. The moment Feng Zichen completed his transformation, all the strange phenomena disappeared without any warning. Only Feng Zichen was left behind. He stood in the chaos, stunned. That's it. In the chaos, Feng Zichen muttered in a daze. It was no wonder that he was like this. In the early stages of the baptism, he had indeed tasted unimaginable pain. But after the baptism reached the later stages, everything was different. The great Tao seemed to have released its restrictions on him. All kinds of mysteries appeared in front of his eyes without any concealment, allowing him to swim freely in the ocean of the great Tao. Unknowingly, Feng Zichen was immersed in it. Therefore, after the great Tao left, He suddenly woke up from his enlightenment and could not accept the feeling of difference for a moment. That was why he sighed as if he had not had enough. If I could stay under those conditions, why would I worry about not being able to reach the limitless great Tao? After calming down, Feng Zichen shook his head and said. Then, he began to sense his own condition. Because he had fallen into the deepest level of enlightenment, his mind was completely immersed in the great Tao. He did not have any extra mind to pay attention to his body. This was what was often said. Apart from the Tao, there was nothing else. For this reason, during the Enlightenment period, Feng Zichen's body operated instinctively. He really did not know what kind of changes had happened. He needed to feel it carefully. Fifth heaven of primordial chaos? The moment his mind returned to its original position, all kinds of information naturally poured into Feng Zichen's mind, allowing him to understand all the changes. Among them, the most eye-catching thing was, it was his cultivation level. Fifth heaven of primordial chaos. He was one step closer to the fourth heaven of primordial chaos. It still did not satisfy Feng Zichen. That's right. The great Tao had personally taken action. Logically speaking, it should not be so shameful. Even if it did not raise Feng Zichen's realm by 5 or 6 levels, it should have raised it by 2 or 3 levels. Only then would it be in line with the identity of the great Tao. But in the current situation, how should he put it? The performance of the great Tao was indeed not worthy of his identity. He had only raised his cultivation level by 1 level. If word got out, Feng Zichen felt embarrassed for the great Tao. Where was the face of the great Tao? This time, it was all gone. At the very least, the great Tao's impression in Feng Zi's heart plummeted. Although this was useless. After complaining about the realm, Feng Zichen looked at the Hongmeng runes. After all, to him, this was the most important thing. After calming his mind, Feng Zichen focused his attention on the Hongmeng runes. Immediately, he had a different feeling. The power of Hongmeng. He felt the power of Hongmeng. No, to be precise, he had mastered part of Hongmeng's power. In Feng Zichen's body, the mysterious Hongmeng runes were no longer silent. Instead, they became abnormally active. They came to Feng Zichen's divine sea and trembled inexplicably. They emitted wisps of mysterious power and began to temper Feng Zichen's magic power. After being tempered by the Hongmeng runes, Feng Zichen's magic power condensed from Starlight actually inherited some characteristics of the Hongmeng Qi. For example, it assimilated everything. In itself, the Ziwei star power in Feng Zichen's body could be said to be domineering and peerless. It had the power to destroy all laws. Now, in addition to the Hongmeng Qi's ability to assimilate everything, it had become even more domineering. That's right. The power of the Hongmeng Qi and the power of the Ziwei star power not only did not cancel each other out. Instead, they strangely merged into one and turned into an even more powerful force. Not to mention that it could destroy all laws, it even showed signs of destroying everything. It could even destroy the power of the Tao. Go! Subconsciously, Feng Zichen mobilized the magic power in his body and threw a punch forward. However, a dragon's roar sounded, and then an endless purple aura erupted. It moved forward in a mighty manner, as if it was going to sweep everything away. Rumble! The surrounding chaos shook as a result. Wherever that purple stream of air passed, the surrounding chaotic aura would rapidly melt away like snow encountering the blazing sun. No, it was not melted. It was assimilated by it. It became a part of the purple aura. After a long time, the wave that erupted in the chaos finally subsided. Looking in the direction of Feng Zichen's punch, the chaos aura could no longer be seen. It was empty, forming a huge passage, and the surrounding chaos aura did not make up for it. Hiss, so powerful! Even Feng Zichen was shocked by the power of the attack. If he had this ability before, even if he did not rely on external forces, He, who was only a half-step primordial chaos realm, would dare to directly challenge the real primordial chaos Tao Master, an existence specially created by Daluo Jinxian, who had just entered the primordial chaos realm. No wonder even the great Tao personally made a move, but my realm only increased by one level. So this is the problem. At this time, Feng Zichen finally understood why his realm only increased by one level. It turned out that the extra power had been devoured by the Hongmeng runes. The Hongmeng runes would not change for no reason, and the only thing that could change them now was the power of the Great Tao. Combined with Feng Zichen's current situation, wasn't the answer very obvious? The Hongmeng runes must have been used by the Great Tao to increase the power of Feng Zichen's realm, which was why there was such a huge change. Was it worth it? Of course it was worth it. Mastering the power of Hongmeng gave Feng Zichen the capital to fight above his level. This was something that could not be brought about by the increase of his realm. One had to know. At the end of the realm, without the help of external forces, it was very difficult for the previous situation of fighting above his level to happen. Those who could reach the primordial chaos realm, which one of them was not a stunning genius. Each of them had left their own legends in the history of cultivation. Such a figure. Who would be worse than who? Fighting above his level, it was impossible to think about it. After mastering the Hongmeng runes, Feng Zichen had this possibility. How could this not be exciting? If his realm was low, he could slowly increase it. But once this opportunity was missed, it would really be gone. TSK, TSK, TSK. It had to be said. The Great Tao was the Great Tao. Its power was much higher than the power of the primordial world. Feng Zichen had paid so much in the primordial world, but it only made the Hongmeng runes react. But once the Great Tao made its move, it directly made the Hongmeng runes completely recover. This was the difference. Ziwei Emperor Qi. From now on, you'll be called Ziwei Emperor Qi. After sighing, Feng Zichen gave the power in his body a name. Ziwei Emperor Qi. Ziwei was the symbol of his identity. Emperor was simple. As the name implied, it meant the Great Emperor. Qi, needless to say, referred to power here. The combination of Ziwei Emperor Qi meant that it was the power of Ziwei the Great. It was also narcissistic. After confirming the realm and the changes in the Hongmeng runes, Feng Zichen turned his gaze to the changes in his body. Speaking of which, the changes in his body were the greatest. After all, this was the goal of the Great Tao's transformation. Compared to before, the origin has improved a lot. It's more perfect and more in line with the Great Tao. It's just that there's still a long way to go before I become a Chaos Demon God. After feeling it, Feng Zichen said. Overall, he was very satisfied with the changes in his body. Although he did not succeed in becoming a Chaos Demon God, he was very close and had the possibility of becoming a Chaos Demon God. Perhaps, if he continued to transform like this, when Feng Zichen's cultivation reached the 12th level of the perfected primordial chaos, he would be able to transform into a true Chaos Demon God in one fell swoop. Perhaps the perfected primordial chaos realm was not enough. But when Feng Zichen reached the limitless Daluo Jinxian, he would definitely be able to transform into a Chaos Demon God. He had the confidence. He also had the confidence. However, after this transformation, even if Feng Zichen did not transform into a Chaos Demon God, with his current background, it was enough to enter the top 3 of the primordial world. Even Lien Sanqing, in terms of background, could not compare to him. Moreover, the path of the God-Fiend mainly cultivated the physical body. Since Feng Zichen had achieved the Tao with the path of the God-Fiend, it meant that his physical body was very powerful. He had already cultivated the Pangu's Tao body, specious but not. Its hardness was not inferior to a primordial treasure at all. Even if Dijiang was reborn and Huda came in person, she did not dare to say that she was better than Feng Zichen in terms of physical body. With the size of the primordial world, it was estimated that only the demon ancestor Rahu. Only then would he be able to surpass Feng Zichen in terms of physical strength. He could not be called the first in the primordial world, but he could definitely be called the top 3 in the primordial world. Strong. Very strong. The current Feng Zichen could be said to be truly standing at the top of the primordial world, becoming the small group of people standing at the top, able to dominate the fate of all living beings. The rise and fall of heaven and earth were all in his hands. From this moment on, he had completely gotten rid of the fate of a chess piece and became the next person on the chessboard called Heaven and Earth. From behind the scenes, he walked to the front of the stage. With Feng Zichen's cultivation of the 5th level of primordial chaos, there were not many people stronger than him in the primordial world. There were only a handful, even the 7 saints. Their strongest person's strength would not exceed the 6th level of primordial chaos. It could be said that the current Feng Zichen could completely do whatever he wanted in the primordial world. Deluo Jinxian, who had reached primordial chaos, already had the capital to flip the table with the heavenly Tao, and this was the capital to roam the world. On this trip to chaos, Feng Zichen could be said to have gained a lot. His strength had increased too much. In one fell swoop, he had become one of the top 10 experts of the primordial world. There were only 10 primordial chaos experts alive now. 7 saints, Tao ancestor, demon ancestor, Feng Zichen. Now that he thought about it, every time Feng Zichen came to the great chaos outside the realm, he would be able to obtain unimaginable gains. The great chaos outside the realm. It could be said to be his blessed land, his road to rise. It was here that the foundation was laid. In the future, if there was nothing, he should come here more often. After all, this was his blessed land. If he walked a few more times, he might be able to find some other opportunities. This trip to the chaos outside the realm, he had gained so much. Feng Zichen was generally satisfied. However, it wasn't as if there were no regrets. This time, because he had not become a chaos fiend god. The great Tao did not bestow a magic treasure as his lifelong spiritual treasure like before. This was Feng Zichen's greatest regret. Back then, he only became a creature of chaos. The great Tao gave him a supreme grade innate spirit treasure. Then if he became a chaos fiend god, wouldn't a magic treasure bestowed by the great Tao be even better? One had to know that every chaos fiend god had a chaos spirit treasure. Without a chaos spirit treasure, Feng Zichen would naturally feel very regretful. However, it didn't matter. This chaos spirit treasure, he would get it sooner or later. He would treat it as a temporary deposit in the hands of the great Tao and keep it for him for a period of time. The attainment of the Tao is over. The next chapter is back to the primordial world. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.